Hello, and thank you for checking out my Hogwarts Legacy Hard Mode No Damage run. For a detailed breakdown of the rule set for this run, reference the description section below. The criteria for this run was the player's health bar could not drop below 100% from the moment you take control of your character until Ranrok is defeated. Since this is a fully commentated run, I'll primarily be focused on explaining combat and strategies. This means that during sections of the game where I'm going from point A to point B, there won't be much for me to discuss, so I'll mostly be silent during those portions of the run. So with all that out of the way, sit back, relax, and thank you again for joining me for another challenge run.
Are you alright? You're hurt.
Perhaps a bit.
So as we start the game here, the game's going to teach us about healing, and if you look at the bottom right, you'll notice that we have taken damage. Because this is developer intended for the purpose of a tutorial, this is the only time in the game, or in the run, where damage is allowed to be taken.
What happened?
So from this point forward, the green health bar at the bottom right will never drop below its current state for the rest of the run.
Attacking a carriage mid-air? A typical dragon would never.
So one of the things you'll notice, and I do this with a lot of my runs, is that I have all of the music turned off. So all of the audio related to music is turned off.
An item.
And the reason that I'm doing that specifically for this game is Harry Potter, the Harry Potter franchise is a very big IP. And there's a lot of very famous and very copywritten music associated with the IP. This game has an absolute fantastic soundtrack. However, to keep in line with DCMA rules and YouTube partner policy rules and things like that, I do have all of the audio turned off for the music. To avoid incurring any kind of a penalty or a strike against myself. So I highly suggest that you guys play this game with the music on because it's absolutely fantastic. But unfortunately and regrettably, you will not hear any of it in this run for the reasons that I described earlier. Anyways, I just wanted to be sure to point that out because inevitably I will get some type of a comment saying, Hayete, why do you not have the music on? And that's why. So again, regrettable, but don't want to get any kind of DCMA strikes or any kind of copyright issues. So. So for the early game, there's really not a whole lot to discuss here. Most of it's just movement and tutorial stuff as they start to slowly introduce you into the mechanics for the game. So I'll pop back in a little bit, but for the most part, as we path through this early tutorial stuff, I'll likely be silent since there's not too much to discuss. We're just running around and clicking on things. So. I'll see you guys once we get into the bank.
I don't know where she came into possession of the portkey, but I am certain it was to do with that search. Ah, there's the path down below. This way.
But sir, why was your wife searching for evidence of lost magic?
Miriam wanted to understand why such powerful magic disappeared from the wizarding world. Spoke of the good it could do. But magic is no different than any power. What really matters is the one who wields it.
Is that ice?
It's not cold enough here. It appears to be a sort of enchantment. Someone wanted to block this path. Let's see some of that wand work you were practicing. Focus on the center. Excellent! That was a bit rougher than I'd expected. We're close now. It's just ahead. Steady yourself! Reparo! Almost there!
Why would someone have built this here?
I suspect they valued their privacy. That portkey led us here for a reason. Let's have a look around for anything that seems out of place.
That enchanted crystallized stone again. But what could it be blocking? What's this? Professor Fig!
How odd. Why would someone have conjured that enchanted stone here?
And how is there a room behind it?
What room? I don't see anything.
There's that glow again, like the glow on the portkey container.
What in Merlin's name? Godric's heart.
Where are we?
I don't believe it.
Hello?
Here we are.
So something that I wanted to point out is that a large part of the run, especially in the early hours, it's crazy to think that this is such a long run, but in the early hours of the run is resource gathering. So gathering both money and gear, because gear can either increase my stats, which will make the overall combat better and easier.
Thank you for your help.
Or having gear to just sell for money, right? So I'm going to put all that under the umbrella of money. So to get money and experience. Later in the game, you'll see that even with all of the pathing that I do, and I try to keep the pathing to gain experience and money somewhat tightly closed to the main storyline path that we have to follow. But even doing that, later on in the game, we'll get to a point where we won't have enough experience to continue. So we'll have to go grind some experience out, and making that grind as little as possible by getting as much done as we can earlier in the run via gathering experience or gathering money and things like that. Makes it a lot easier. So you'll see that there are going to be several areas, again, within the first few hours of the run, where I will be going out of my way, so to speak, not too far out of the way, but out of the way, to gather gear, to gather money, so that we can utilize the strategies that I've developed for this run later on. And obviously I'll talk to all that stuff once we get to those sections. But I did want to go ahead and define that, so if you see me running around, not necessarily following the objective for the story at that moment, or at any given moment, that you'll understand why I'm doing that. It is to prep for things that are later to come.
I do, Professor. That symbol has the same glow as the one I saw in the portkey container.
If what you can see reveals the way forward, then I dare say we are about to discover the secret of this vault. Lead the way. Lumos! This is no ordinary vault. I suspect we will need to earn our way out of here.
What do you mean, earn our way out? Do you think this is some sort of test?
I do. But to what end, I can't say. Stay close. There will be no disapparating if things go poorly. Not out of Gringotts.
I see something up ahead.
What is it?
That glow again, but on the floor.
Lumos! What happened?
When I moved towards the glow, it suddenly seemed as if the ground was swirling about.
Are you all right?
Yes, sir, I'm fine.
You seem to have caused the floor to change.
That statue.
What statue?
I see some sort of statue, but only as a reflection in the floor.
So as we stand up, we're going to move to in front of the statue before we do Revelio. And the reason for that is I just want to make sure that I'm already there and that the statue will line up as soon as we learn the next spell. We'll be able to cast that, and it'll automatically be set up, and we'll already be where we need to be. It's kind of like a stupid minor thing. It doesn't really matter, but you'll see that right when we come off of this learning Lumos, we'll be able to cast that, and then it'll automatically line up, and then we can move forward. So just taking the time there to line ourselves up during the dialogue instead of lining ourselves up post-dialogue to save a little bit of time, because this run is so long. Alright, so this will be our first combat encounter in the game, and this will be where the game's going to teach us about parrying, perfect parrying, using Protego, and we'll have a couple of objectives we have to accomplish here. And it's very important that you actually follow these objectives, otherwise the enemies will infinitely spawn into this room. So at the lower left, right above the minimap, you can see that we have to basically parry 3 attacks. So that's what I'm waiting to do. I'm just moving into position to make sure that I'm capable of doing that. Alright, so once that's done, now it's going to tell us, hey, you need to cast your basic attack. So we're just going to keep spamming our basic attack because that's the only attack that we have to utilize at this point in the game.
Stay close!
So what's going to happen now is we're just waiting for Professor Fig to disappear. Once it goes dark, we'll cast Lumos, and then you can see he'll be gone. So I'm going to run around, grab some chests, and then we'll move on to the next spot, which will be our next combat encounter.
Where am I supposed to go? What's happening? The wisps of magic seem to be leading me Oh, that's where they're leading me. That glow again.
Okay, so very similar to the last one. I'm gonna have 3 statues here now. So what I need to do is I need to cast Revelio so that I can see them. And then we're going to move into a very specific spot, cast Lumos, and line them up. Now, there is a very specific spot you can stand. I kind of missed it at the beginning, but that's here nor there. It doesn't matter. Anyways, once these guys go active, you're going to see right above the minimap that we have more tutorial objectives that we have to deal with. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to prioritize either dodge rolling or perfect parrying the attacks that come in, and then at some point when the next group comes in, you'll see that the objective will change. So now we need to counterattack using Stupefy. So the way that you do that is you just hold the button when you do the parry, right? So we're gonna do that 3 times, and then after that we can just focus on defeating all the enemies. Now there is like a really weird interaction that can happen here. Where it looks like you get hit, but you don't take damage. And I'm not exactly sure why that is. I never actually came in here and just took damage to see if you're immune to damage. But that's kind of what it feels like. I want to say that it happened here. Maybe it was the run before this. We'll see in a second. But I go to block, and I block right there. So I block, but yet it like kind of staggers me over. But at the bottom right, there's no damage taken. If I remember correctly, I hit the heal button just to make sure. Yeah, so right there, I hit the heal button. It's very similar to other games. If you caught my last no damage run, The one I did right before this was for Jedi Fallen Order. In certain games, you're not allowed to heal unless you've taken damage. So if you're at 100%, you won't be able to utilize whatever your healing resource is, and that's how Hogwarts Legacy works. So if you're ever curious if you've taken damage, just try to heal yourself. And if your potion count doesn't go down, then you can be guaranteed that you didn't take any damage. So, but anyways, that interaction back there happens quite frequently in the beginning of the game, and it's the only time that it happens where you'll clearly have your Protego shield up, and you'll block the attack, but yet it's almost like the enemy still interacts with you and you stagger out like you had been hit. Very weird interaction. I don't know if it's a bug, but just something I've kind of noticed from doing runs with this game.
Oh! Come. We have a sorting ceremony to get to.
Revelio.
Oh, good. We haven't missed the sorting ceremony. I'm no expert, but that seems more appropriate. Now, I need to...
Of course, sir.
Thank you. Phineas, Nigellus.
Professor Weasley! We've won.
All right, so we get the awesome chance to choose our house here, guys. And I purposefully choose the options to be in Ravenclaw because that is my house. For those that don't like Ravenclaw, sucks to be you. But that's my house. So this is a Ravenclaw run, and beside the jest, what I wanted to point out is for anybody that is only played, because I think most people are going to go into this game and they're just going to choose a house, and they're going to play the game under that house. And that'll probably be all that they experience. The game is slightly different depending on what house you are in. And when I say slightly different, I mean the main story quests are slightly different. Interactions on side quests are slightly different. Some are altogether different. So there's not anything necessarily that I saw with playing the different houses that made me believe that one was better than the other for the purposes of not taking damage. If you do, this certain storyline under certain, X house, it's easier to do that combat encounter than it is to do, at the same point in the story, this different mission that you would have to do under, Y house, whatever that house is. I didn't really find those type of intricacies between the two houses. Basically, combat encounters between the houses felt similar to me for the ones that were different as far as complexity and risk and danger or risk of taking damage, whatever you want to call it. So I just went with Ravenclaw because, when this game got announced and when I was super excited to play it, that was the house I had already decided I wanted to play. So this is a Ravenclaw, I guess, to be more specific, a Ravenclaw no damage run. But for the most part, the vast majority of the storyline missions will be the same for all of the houses. So with the exception of a few, you would be able to use the strategies that you're going to see here that I'll explain and whatnot. So if you do end up watching this to inform your own gameplay and better help you play, for the things that are the same, you'll be fine. But for things that are different, unfortunately, you'll be on your own if you're not a Ravenclaw.
Clever, isn't it? Keep your eyes open for more opportunities like that, inside and outside of the castle. No time to waste. You've classes to attend.
So what you guys are going to see here, and what I alluded to earlier, was that every instance that I'm going through this game, I have things planned out and pathed out. And again, that's for the purpose of trying to get as close to the breakpoint, even though I won't be able to get to it, but as close to the breakpoint as I can possibly get before we have to grind out some experience and money and that kind of stuff. So everything that you're seeing here is pre-planned, pre-plotted. Every page I pick up, every gear chest I pick up, every side quest I do, everything is pre-planned. So nothing here is random. Nothing is like on a whim, off the cuff, so to speak. Everything here is explicitly done to reach that final objective.
Good timing. Perfect opportunity to show you how to use flue flames to get around a bit quicker. Your field guide contains a map of the castle. Open it up and find Central Hall. And here we are. Quite the time saver. These stairs lead directly to Central Hall. You can get almost anywhere in the castle quickly from Central Hall. Always something happening here. It's the heart of the hive. Our King's Cross station, so to speak.
I'd imagine the Hufflepuff...
That...
Think... We...
Good luck.
It's... Yes.
The map.
Professor Ronan tends to go on a bit. We sometimes have to remind him to finish the lesson.
Accio!
That is not bad.
Alright, so we're going to have to do this Summoner's Court, like, side activity or whatever for this main mission. The results of this don't matter. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to pull these balls and then immediately stop. And that's just for time and speed. Again, this is a very long run, so every second counts. So instead of like pulling these balls and trying to get a good score or whatever, the score is arbitrary. Whether you win, whether you lose, whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect anything. So my strategy for this whole thing is just to, as soon as I grab the ball, instantly release it. That way, then it's the next player's turn, and then once she goes, it'll go back to me, and it'll just do that changeover quicker. For those of you who are trying to get a perfect score on this, though, What I found is that the perfect time to release it is once it's in the middle to the end of the orange rectangle. So you'll pull the ball or you'll use the ability as the ball's coming. Once it's to the middle ish area of the orange rectangle, let it go and it will perfectly fall onto the front of the blue rectangle for 50 points. But other than that, I just wanted to explain why I'm not actually playing the game and I'm just like instantly releasing it, in case it wasn't obvious for anyone.
There we go.
Let us make this a bit...
I think we are well past interesting at this point.
I'll say.
Enough chatter. Focus now. You will need it. This round settles it all.
Let us see this.
Don't lose your composure.
Be sharp. Phew. Here we go. That is how it's done. Accio.
Very good, both of you. Well done. Class is dismissed. Gather your things on the way out.
Of course, you can
A word,
use
if you
accurate
would.
humans, if you're so inclined.
Hello. How was your first day coming along?
Alright, so our next combat encounter. As we learn Levioso here, we'll come out of this and we'll have to fight Sebastian. And one of the things that I try and do here is I wanted to showcase, because it's useful here in the main game, like when you're actually doing various combat encounters throughout the main game. It's not as useful in my opinion,
Let's try something
but I wanted to perfect parry Sebastian, what I call perfect parry. Or I think the game calls perfect protego or something like that, but
this time,
it's when you basically perfect parry as the circle, so like the telegraph circle icon that tells you you need to parry the attack, as that comes in and they overlap the outer circle. And if you do that on Sebastian, what'll happen, so right here, what'll happen is it'll auto break him. And what that'll do is it'll allow me to only have to use Levioso once instead of waiting for the cooldown twice. So it's a slight like time increase that you can do. I only do it in this section because I feel like this section is controlled. There's not a lot of variables. It's one guy you're fighting, whatever. Whereas every other encounter in the game is not going to be that. So I highly suggest that if you're trying to play the game in a no damage way or to take the least amount of damage possible, that you don't actually try to go for perfect parries. The timing on it is not forgiving, and it can be very difficult when you're multitasking various enemies attacking you and having to watch everything. It's much easier just to parry as soon as you see the icon, basically, or the telegraph telling you to parry. And that's something I'll explain later, is even parrying is not the, in my opinion, the best approach during combat. If anything, I would say dodge rolling attacks is the best way to avoid taking damage in this game. Because then when you dodge roll, you don't have to worry about the type of attack. So in Hogwarts Legacy, there are going to be two different variants. There's going to be a standard blockable attack, which is denoted by like the yellow circle or like the golden circle telegraph. And then there's going to be a red one. And we'll get to the red one. They'll teach us about the red one much later on in the story when we're at Hogsmeade and we run into the troll. But the red attacks cannot be parried, so you have to dodge those. And when you're in a heavy engagement with, say, 6, 7, 8 enemies that are all going back and forth, it's very easy to be like, okay, parry that one, 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 and you get into this rhythm, and then all of a sudden a red one pops up, and because you're so used to being able to parry, you try to parry it. And that rhythm of kind of, you know, you just kind of like go on autopilot and you're not really paying attention, that can get to you and get you hit. So in encounters where there is the ability to have a red attack or a normal attack, you'll see that most of the time I'm going to prioritize dodge rolling. However, if the encounter, like the one we're doing here, they can only do attacks that I can parry, normal attacks, then I don't need to dodge roll because I know I can just perfect parry everything and go on autopilot. So for this first cross wands, that's exactly what I choose to do. Since they can only do normal attacks, I don't need to dodge roll them. But later on in the game, once red attacks are introduced, you will see that I'll start to favor the dodge roll over the perfect parry.
Revelio. This cannot possibly be as difficult as...
If I have... Do come and find me if you stumble on something. That spot must be a clue. I should look around in case it's nearby.
What?
This looks like the location from the painting. What could be so special about it?
So one of the things that I found out early on was that when you're doing these moth paintings, even if you know where the moth is, the moth will not actually spawn into the game for you to acquire until you reveal the painting. So even though I know where that is, I can't just run over there and grab the moth and then slot it in without interacting with the painting first. You have to interact with the painting first to spawn the moth. So it's a tiny detail, but something I figured I'd point out.
Revelio.
What about the...
Have you Professor? I'd like... Revelio.
Ah, there you are.
This is the right area.
So another little tip that I do here is you'll see that I use Levioso on the statue. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull with Accio the page. So when those pages spawn in, either from the statues or from the dragon statues you'll interact with later once you get a dragon's or a fire skill to interact with the dragons with. You can use Accio to pull the pages. All of the pages interact under the same physics. So the ones flying around behave the same as the ones that spawn from the statues. So you'll see that I use that not super frequently, but here and there I use it just to save time of having to like run to something. I'll just go ahead and pull the page. That way I don't have to waste that time.
That's it. Very good. If you would like to practice mending something...
I should like to retire.
So I'm going to go ahead and slot in all my new gear that I got. And one of the things you'll see that I do a lot, and it's kind of stupid. Like, I know it's stupid and I know it's a time waster, but I'm a very like OCD obsessed with like how my character looks. And not only in this game, but like in basically every game. So every time I slot in a new piece of gear, I will take the time to go in and transmog and make it look the way that I want. Again, it's really stupid, but it was like, I don't know, it was important to me that when I got this run, I got it looking the way that I wanted to look. Which actually, this was the only run that I've done. And it was kind of bittersweet, but it's the only run that I've done where I got to the last, like I got to the last boss, or I got, you know, close to the end of the game, and I didn't look the way that I wanted. In this run, I had every piece of like transmog look that I wanted, except for the scarf. So there's a scarf that has the Ravenclaw sigil or crest on it that hangs over like the character's like right shoulder, right chest. And for whatever reason, I couldn't get it. I couldn't find it until the very end of the game. And I'll mention this again when we get there, but at the very end of the game, when I'm prepping for the final stint of the run, I'm upgrading all of my stuff, I'm spending all of my money, I'm getting all of my potions, I'm doing all that stuff. I found it, and I was like, I don't want to waste the money just getting this so that I can look good at the end of it, because I didn't know if this was going to be the run or not. And yeah, so a little bittersweet, but something you guys will see me do. And again, I know it's a time waster, and I'm sorry, but I want my character to look a certain way. So you're going to see that a lot. That's all I'll say.
Everyone will tell you to visit at Christmas.
So there is a technique that you can use here, or really any time that you have a companion,
I do not mind the cold,
and that's rolling. So if you like the companions in this game are coded to always stay in front of you, unless you're invisible. If you're invisible, they'll generally stay behind you.
in this area.
But anytime you're just like kind of out running with a companion on a mission, they will always stay in front of you. So what you can do to kind of hurry them along is you can dodge roll. And dodge rolling is faster than the normal like walking. So you can see there how Natty just like ran in front of me, like super speed in front of me, and then went back to normal. The reason she did that is because she's in front of me.
I wonder if something.
So what I could do is you can get right behind them, and I think I do this at some point because I wanted to showcase it. But basically what I'll do is I'll get right behind her legs and I'll dodge roll. And because dodge rolling is faster than normal like running, it will push her forward and it'll force the game to go, oh, you need to get some distance. And so it'll push Natty forward a little bit. And if you keep doing it, it's actually over time faster than just doing the regular run. I don't do it because I couldn't tell you like what number attempt this was. But I've gone through this game several times. And hitting the dodge button for like 3 minutes straight. It's a pain in the ass. So I just gave up. I gave up on it a long time ago. I'm like, I'm not a speed runner. That doesn't matter to me. But it is something you can do to get behind them and just infinitely dodge roll to push them along faster so that you get through the sequence quicker.
I certainly learn a great deal in class. Much can be gleaned outside of the castle walls. How are you settling in? I remember the weeks that followed my arrival feeling quite strange. Everything was so new and unfamiliar.
I'm getting used to things. What about you? Do you finally feel settled?
I still miss my homeland, but it is beautiful here too. And getting out of the castle and exploring helped me to adjust quite a bit. Hogwarts has become something of a home now, I would say. Hopefully it will for you too. Mr. Moon! He is the Hogwarts caretaker. Looks a bit worse for wear. Hello, Mr. Moon. Have you met our new fifth year?
Pleasure. You might want to turn back, Miss On-Eye. Turn and run.
Is everything all right, sir?
Oh, it looked right at me. Eyes big as saucers.
What did Mr. Moon?
Jemmy guys. Ugly and airy and terrifying. I shall be at the castle where it's safe. Good luck to both of you.
Poor Mr. Moon. A demiguise. I think he had too much fun in the village. I will say that I have never seen him in such a state. Nearly there. There is much to see outside of the castle walls, not just Hogsmeade. I am happy to explore whenever you'd like. Rumors being what they are about goblins and such, it might be nice to have a friend with you.
Revelio. I'll keep that in mind, Natty. Thank you.
And here we are. It is hard to know where to start. The Three Broomsticks is the place for butterbeer. And you can get any sweet you can imagine at Enjoy yourself. I will see you soon.
An inquiring mind.
So as we go through Hogsmeade, you're going to see that this is going to be the first time where I really tightly jump between section to section to section to section of the area that I'm in to work on gaining experience and gear and money. So you're going to see that very heavily employed here before we leave Hogsmeade and continue on. We're going to pick up a lot of stuff here. And then we'll move on.
Let's look at what we have, shall we?
So there is a bug for whatever reason. You can see right here, I'm trying to click on this, but the information wasn't up. So the little information window that's right above my keyboard and mouse wasn't there. And I don't know why that happens. It doesn't happen too often, but it does happen like that, where you'll go to buy something, and if you're too fast, it won't respond right. You'll have to take your cursor off of it and then pull it back. until the information text is displayed, and then you'll be able to buy it. And this is kind of a recurring theme with the game. Something that I notice is if you move too quickly, the game has a hard time keeping up. A really good example of this, and you'll see it, I don't know where, I know it happens at some point. It happens every single run that I do. But when I'm right-clicking through dialogue,
How intriguing.
if I do it too quickly, sometimes the character, and like not my character, but the person I'm interacting with and talking to, will just sit there and hesitate. And they'll just be stuck. And you'll wait 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, whatever it is, and then finally they'll come out of it, and then the conversation will continue. But that definitely 100% is a symptom of clicking, like skipping through cutscenes and the dialogue too quickly. Not cutscenes, but the dialogue. Skipping through it too quickly forces that to happen. Something I'm surprised that they didn't, their QA or whatever didn't catch, or maybe they did and they just didn't have enough time to fix it, or they didn't care to fix it. I'm not sure, but something that definitely exists, and it kind of wastes time here. So for anybody that ends up speedrunning this game, have fun with that, because if you're too fast, you'll go a lot slower.
Revelio.
So that's something I wanted to point out. I didn't think to say earlier, but every time you use Revelio and you hear that like chime, you'll hear it again when we get up here for this page. Okay, I want you guys to listen very close for the chime. It's like ringing a bell right here. Right there. Ding. Something the game doesn't tell you is that whenever you hear that ding is telling you that there is a collectible nearby. That there is one of these pages nearby. So anytime you use your Revelio and you hear that sound, that's what it means. And the loudness of the ding defines the distance you are to the collectible. So if you use Revelio and you hear like a very soft, quiet ding, you're far away from it. If you hear a loud ding, you're really close to it. And what can be confusing, especially in Hogwarts with that mechanic, is that the Revelio is a sphere. Think of it as like a circle going, like a sphere going out from you, emanating from you outwards. So what happens is because that sphere moves in 3 dimensions, it pings in 3 dimensions. So what that means in layman's terms is you can use a Revelio and it can sound like the thing is right in front of you, but it's not, and you don't see anything. And that's because it can be above you or below you. So in Hogwarts, that's one of the things that makes finding pages very difficult, is trying to figure out where it is relative to the sound and then what floor level it's on. But anyways, I wanted to point that out because the game doesn't really teach that. So any gear that we don't need, I'm going to sell. Money is not going to be like a hard-pressed resource in this game. Experience is the problem in this game. Getting enough experience for certain breakpoints. Later on, we're going to have certain main story missions that require you to be at level 22, level 23, level 24, whatever. Otherwise, you can't proceed. Money is something that, using a method that I'll go over later, is something that I haven't had an issue with in a while now. I get to the end of the game and generally always have all the money that I need. But to do that, I basically need to sell everything and, pick up a bunch of chests that are like nearby, right? So as I said earlier, I'm not going to go dramatically out of my way to get things. But I will, I'll turn down this alley for, a couple of steps to grab this chest or something like that. So I will do that kind of stuff. And again, it's just for the money. And once we learn the ability or the spell to go invisible, once we learn that, these chests that are like right beside me right now, the ones with the eyeballs, every single time we grab one of those, it gives you 500 gold, money. I can't remember what the actual game calls the currency, but it gives you 500. So once we get that ability, at certain points in the game, I'll run around and pick up these stealth chests, and that dramatically aids in my ability to, you know, keep ahead of the money and make sure that I've got all the money that I need.
Pardon?
Let me guess. You're after something fresh.
Do have a look around. Plenty of ingredients to pique your interest, I'd wager.
Well, that's everything. Better go and find that.
Ah, hello. And how would one like to be styled today?
Revelio.
Hengist of Woodcroft certainly knew how to plan a city.
Revelio.
Revelio. Revelio. Revelio.
Good thing the ministry
Alright, so before we go into the troll fight, I just want to make sure that I've got all my upgraded stuff on. And this troll fight's going to be really interesting, because the strategy that I use here is something I stumbled on, and then later iterated on and use later for other fights in the game. And what that is that enemies in the game are coded so that they have to be able to see you. So if you can draw a line from the enemy to you, and there's no object in between, they can engage you. However, if you draw a line from the enemy to you, and there's anything blocking you that they can't easily go around, they will not be able to see you. The enemy AI is not smart enough and will just stop attacking. So that's what we're going to use here. So I'm always going to dodge. You have to dodge roll that first dodge. That's the tutorial teaching you to dodge. The troll's always going to charge at us. We're going to dodge to the left. He'll hit the wall and he'll be stunned, or he'll hit the building. And then while he's stunned, I'm going to take that moment to get into this position to where I have the flowers in front of me, the barrel in front of me, the table and chairs to my left, and this little nook that I've slotted myself in forces the enemy AI to no longer be able to see me. So now I can just sit here and fight the troll without ever having to worry about taking damage. Now, if for whatever reason I was to break the barrel that's right in front of me, and this is why I'm moving fairly slow when I'm grabbing objects, is because if that barrel in front of me breaks, he will then be able to see me and will charge at me. And you can see that this enemy AI drop from combat is so aggressive that even Natty drops combat with it. So even the NPC doesn't see that he exists. So it's very interesting the way that they coded combat in this game. And we're going to use this quite a bit in the game where we break line of sight to the enemy so that we can do damage to the enemy, but the enemy can't see us to do damage to us.
Reparo.
Hello there. A moment.
I will see what he wants.
They didn't do more damage. Ah, good as new. Reparo.
We were just talking about you.
Hello.
So I remember this. So I have this look that I go for in the game. I'll have two looks that I was going for whenever I was doing runs. And what happened here was both of them spawned. And I've never had either of them really spawn this early. So it's the ones with the arm, this one right here and the one at the bottom. So the one that I like to use is the second one that I bought. But the first one that I bought is like my backup. So I'm like, oh, if I see that one, I'll go with that one because I like the way that it looks. And so I ended up buying the first one because I was like, oh my God, I've got one of them. And I bought it just without looking. And then when I was looking at the rest of it, I was like, shit, my other one is there too. My actual like go-to outfit is there. So I wasted 500 gold for no reason. But, well, I guess it's 300 because I'm going to sell it back for 200. So I wasted 300 gold for literally no reason because I wasn't paying attention.
You're most welcome to peruse my shop at your leisure. I suspect you have a sharp eye for fashion. Be sure to stop by whenever you're...
So you'll notice when I come out of here, I'm going to do some like rolling. There are certain points in the game where they don't let you move fast. They won't let you sprint. They won't let you like run.
And a powerful witch.
But they will let you dodge roll. And since dodge rolling is faster, you'll see that there are going to be quite a few times where I do that just to speed things up.
We treated our house elf quite well. She had her own cases. The past had a few. Professional Quidditch matches.
I'm...
Revelio. I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
There are...
I'll let Professor Hecat know.
You know where to find.
Alright, so to complete the assignment we need to complete to get our next spell, we have to do the cross wands. So we're going to do the dummy first. Not a whole lot to talk to with the dummy, you're just kind of following the prompts. But for the actual combat section, really it's going to be more of the same like the first one. We're going to have more enemies, we're going to have 4. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to prioritize one enemy if possible and just stay on them, but I don't want to use the target lock. Target locking in this game is not great. And what I mean by not great is for the no damage run, it's not good. Because of the way that I have the camera set. So I have the camera set to default, meaning that in combat, I attack what I'm looking at. So I use it's almost like a first person shooter in a certain regard, where I'm aiming with my mouse to target the people that I want to target. So, because I do that, target locking is not so good, because then I don't have options unless I untarget lock from the enemy. So, basically what I'm going to do is just focus on one enemy and perfect parry everything, well not perfect parry, but parry everything that I can and defeat them that way. Now something that I didn't mention earlier, and I'm not sure if the game, I can't remember if the game tells you, but if you have an enemy that is shielded, no matter what color shield they have, if you have an enemy that is shielded and you hit them with like your normal attack 3 times, it will deflect the 3rd attack back and hit you with it. So it's very important that you do not attack enemies that have colored shields with your normal attack. Like you can get away with 1 or 2 hits, you're like, oh crap, and stop. But if you hit a 3rd time, you need to make sure that you go ahead and use your block, because you will have a projectile coming back at you after that 3rd hit. So, just something to consider. Not that I can't remember
I trust Mr.
me doing that in this run where I have to deflect my own attack. But just want to make you guys aware that that is something that can happen. So don't attack people with shields unless you're attacking them with the right colored magic.
Good work. Feel free to practice in the classroom before you go. I've set up a few targets for you.
Ah, there you are.
Hello.
So, shall we proceed?
All right, so we are about to go learn one of the most useful spells in the game, which is Disillusionment, which is our stealth ability. Our ability to go invisible, as long as we're not too close to the enemy. And we are going to use this heavily. I leverage this ability a lot. Mostly because you can attack an enemy out of, like, if you're out of, how do I explain this? So enemies have a certain radius around them that they can see you. So if you're too close and you're in, say, that circle, they'll be able to see you. When you use your stealth ability, that circle basically gets shortened. So the circle becomes smaller. The area where they could see you becomes smaller. So when you're using your stealth ability, as long as you're not in that smaller circled area, okay, you'll be able to attack an enemy with one hit without them knowing where you are. So you can't like attack. You can't do that. But you could, for example, throw an object at them, and then they won't know where it came from. You could hit them with one spell and then stop, and they won't know where it came from. So this ability is going to be very heavily employed in a great many strategies throughout this run because of its versatility to keep me out of combat.
Now, to find that book.
So that's all I'll say on that for now. And then when we get to those specific sections, I'll go a little bit more in depth with how I'm utilizing it and what I'm doing with it.
Go, Sean. Don't let her see you. Should be in the cliff. No need for us walking about.
So what is it you've been looking for?
I'm looking for a cure to help my twin sister, Anne, so
Revelio.
that she can return to Hogwarts. Because Merlin knows everyone else has given up.
Why do you think you'll find a cure in the restricted section? Does the Hogwarts matron have nothing that can help Anne?
No! We've tried everyone from Nurse Blaney to St. Mungo's. But I can research on my own. No need to concern yourself with that right now. Let's focus on what you're after. Which is what? Precisely.
I'll know it when I see it.
You're being awfully cryptic.
Levioso!
Who have we here? Sebastian Sallow and his new little friend, out exploring where they shouldn't be. Naughty, naughty, you'll get caughty.
Peeves, don't
I'm
you...
going to tell, I'm going to tell, I'm going to tell.
Now, where has that damned poltergeist got to?
I know just the spell to repair this armor. Of course. Traces of ancient... That's it! Where might this lead?
All right, so our antechamber. So we're gonna have 4 enemies in this next room here, and we're only gonna engage 2 of them to start. So what I do is I actually use the aim mode of the wand to fire, and the reason I do this is because if you don't use the aim mode, what happens is the animation that your character goes through of casting will actually pull you forward over time. And I don't want to do that, because what I want to do is after we kill the first 2, I want to go over to the right. You can go over to the left too, it doesn't really matter, but you want to choose a side and fight the one enemy while the other enemy can't see you. Because if the other enemy can't see you, like I described to you earlier, they don't, like if you can't draw a straight line from you to the enemy, they can't see you, they can't attack you. So they're just out of combat. So we utilize that here to basically segregate one from the other so that I'm fighting only one at a time after the first 2. So for these enemies, what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get them active, and then we're going to levitate them up in the air. And whenever you levitate them in the air and then you hit them with 3 hits, or I guess it's 4, they actually move backwards. So you use Levioso when they're up against a ledge, and then you attack them, and by the time you complete the series of attacks, you will have displaced their movement far enough back that they're hanging over empty space, and then they'll drop straight down and insta-die. So that's the strategy there, is just to use Levioso to get them to fall off the ledge, basically, so that we don't really have to fight them through their entire health bar.
This must be the way forward. But to where? Nearly there. Best keep my wits about me.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and put on any new gear that we have, specifically gear that has the offensive stat. And then we're going to go into this next room, and we have a lot of enemies to fight here. However, basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to couple the strategies that I explained earlier for the different sections into, like, take all those strategies and use them here. So we're gonna target these guys from ranged while aiming our bow, or not our bow, Jesus, our wand. And then I'm also gonna employ Levioso to try and get these guys over the side. And that's really it. There's not a whole lot more to it. I'm gonna stay as far back as I can. That's unfortunate. That guy got displaced a little bit on the environment and moved over. It sucks. But basically we're just going to maintain distance to him, because as long as you stay far enough away from these sentinels, they can't attack you. They have to be close enough to you within a certain range to throw their weapon, and obviously they have to be in melee range to actually do an attack. They do have one other attack where they can go up into the air and then land down on top of you, which is denoted by some flames, like blue flames at your feet. But they have to be close enough for that ability to activate. So as long as you stay far back like that, they'll never get the opportunity. Their AI will never get the opportunity to do any attacks. Their AI will see you, and they'll know that they can engage you. But their AI will never get close enough to check the checkbox that says, "Up, I'm close enough to use ability A, ability B, ability C." They'll never be in range for you to have to deal with those. So. But yeah, that's how you get through that section, and now we're going to move on.
Revelio. Revelio. Lumos.
You cannot be serious. Goblins working with Rookwood makes no sense.
It is rather unorthodox, to say the least.
Unorthodox? It's inconceivable. It's... Ah, Fig. You have a visitor. I'll see what I can find out.
Sir, I was able to search the restricted section while you were with Professor Black. It was a book we were after.
Oh, and don't neglect your friend.
My sister will be home for the holiday.
Revelio.
Meet me in Lower Hogsfield as soon as possible. I would like to talk to you about Rookwood and Harlow, and it might be best to do so outside of the castle.
Now for our next task. I wonder if...
So here's a good example of what I was describing to you guys earlier, where if you click through dialogue too fast, they just get hung up. So you can see here that this professor's just like hung up and not like the game. I don't know if the game's trying to catch up or like what the game is doing, but it'll just like get hung up. This usually happens like towards the end of dialogue too. Like it usually doesn't happen at the beginning. Or that I can think of, I don't think it's ever happened to me at the beginning or the middle of dialogue. It's always at the very, very end.
Excuse me?
Or like
Your duel with Sebastian.
one like interaction or something before the end. Something like that.
But you are. Here we are. Hope. Now, see that dummy? Just toss the cabbages at it.
Revelio.
They'll do the rest. Look at that. Anything they can get their mouths on. Mum planted some in her garden last year to keep the gnomes out. Did save her the de-gnoming, but they left her honking daffodils in tatters. Vicious. Take your time. I'll see you back in class.
With that helpful reminder as to why we should always wear our dragon hide glove.
Professor Fig and Weasley have asked that I teach you an additional defensive spell. Please complete the assignments I have given you, and then see me in my classroom.
Shouldn't there be auras or someone from the ministry guarding the school after...
Professor Black would never allow that. It would make him look completely incompetent, which he is.
Use a strong, even motion when crushing your ingredients. Please be meticulous when adding powder to your potions. One errant sneeze could be disastrous.
My parents considered keeping me home from school this year.
I simply...
I've...
Your potion should not... Your potion stations... Should you chop the Dittany or crush it? The wrong answer.
And now we add the mallow sweet and... That's odd. What's happening? Wait, it's not supposed to... Ah!
Get it!
Dragonstar! What happened?
Well done, Gareth.
What now, Mr. Weasley?
Sorry, Professor.
That'll be points from Gryffindor. Again. I think each of us has had enough excitement for one day. Class is dismissed.
Revelio. I should investigate.
It is good to see you, my...
Hello. They want... just... a war... perfect...
Is... You both...
Good.
I'll take... Be on your guard.
What's going on here?
I never thought Ranrok's loyalists would go this far.
So what you'll notice here is my bags are full, basically. This is something that can kind of be a pain in the butt, and why I sell things so frequently whenever I get a chance. And in the natural progression of the game, the way that you're supposed to increase the amount of things you can carry is with Merlin Trials. However, I don't do any Merlin Trials because there's no need to do them. They don't give a whole lot of XP, and the time that you have to commit to doing them and how far apart they are from each other and things like that are just not really worth it.
What do you have?
So right around here, generally I'll get overloaded bags. So just going through the gear, making sure I've got the best stuff on, and then I'm just going to sell everything to this vendor since he's just happens to be here. And then once we get this done, we'll then go to the next combat encounter, which has a pretty cool strat for it.
I hope to see you again sometime.
So I'm just going to go ahead and empty my bags again, sell the last few things, because this is what I would normally do. It's just that, you know, not every time I come here do I get overloaded bags. So, and that's something else I haven't really mentioned this run, I guess. We're about an hour and a half in, and I haven't said it, but all of the gear and items and everything you get out of chests and bags and all that kind of stuff is all random. It's all RNG. All right, so for this combat section, we're going to go ahead and, as soon as we start, I'm going to go ahead and burn both of these scouts, and then I'm going to move back. So we have a class assignment where I have to burn 5 enemies and I have to dodge roll attacks 10 times. So I'm going to go ahead and take the opportunity now to do that, because we only have 2 enemies, and the way that it just kind of works itself out is I only have 1 enemy, because the lady there is kind of keeping the other guy like infinitely stunned. So I'm gonna, you know, do dodge rolls until I count 10 in my head, and then once I've got 10 dodge rolls, I'm gonna go up and burn the guy that the lady is keeping stunned. Okay, and then after that, I'm just gonna wait for my burn to come back. And we're going to move away. We're going to move up this ledge, and I kind of missed it there, but we're going to move up this path. And then what I need to do is pull him to me. And then I'm going to back up. But I want him to be right here on this trail, because what we're going to do is we're going to come to the top. I'm going to pull him again, and we're going to kill him. And then we're going to dodge roll away from the edge, and as we do that, you're going to see that the next enemy group spawns. There are going to be 3 enemies that are going to spawn in. Now, because you know, again, if you draw a line from that enemy to me, they can't see me because this geography is in the way, this ledge, this ground, the cliff, whatever. So they can't attack me. And because I'm far enough away from them, they don't see me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull them up to me. I'm going to use fire to do damage and burn them, and then I'm going to let them fall. And between the fire damage and just the height of the fall, because there is fall damage in this game, because of the height of the fall, they will take damage from falling down as well. So we're taking all of these elements and I'm using them in a strategy. Now I can't pull this guy, so I end up using, I couldn't pull him because he had a red shield on. So what I did was I picked up a rock, threw the object at him, the object breaks the shield, and then that opens up the opportunity for me to pull and finish off the enemy. So very, very solid strat, works 100% of the time, it's very consistent, it's very good, and now you guys know the details of how it works based on how combat was programmed for Hogwarts Legacy.
I brought a trunk chock full of mallow sweet with me. It's just over there by my tent.
This trunk?
Yes, take plenty, even if you already have some.
I have the mallow sweet.
Lovely. Now, notice the vines on these pillars here, as well as a stone swell on the ground. Each trial has these features. Place the mallow sweet on the swell, and we'll see what happens.
My word! Did you see that? The vines... Incendio!
There!
What should I do? The flames make the pyres sink.
This is uncharted territory. I am curious about these pyres. Man, dear, how beautiful! What a day! I can hardly believe it. And do be careful out here. Now, I've got what I needed. I shall return.
So before we head back, I'm going to run over here and we're going to do this side quest. The reason that I do this side quest is twofold. One, well, I guess it's threefold. One, it's convenient because it's right here. Two, it's going to give me some experience. And then three, because part of the quest is to pick up items. And so I'm going to be picking up these items that I'm going to be able to sell for money. And that's the main reason why I'm doing this. Experience, and then I could get a good drop out of it. Again, everything that you get in this game is complete RNG. It's completely random. You will never play this game and get the same thing twice in the exact same location. If you do, that's just like crazy luck. But as you can see, we're diving under these like little areas and we're getting items at the top right. So for example, that scarf is an upgrade. So I just came out of this with an upgrade. But again, more importantly, I'm also going to get money for these things. Because at some point, I will either sell the thing I'm currently wearing, or I'm going to end up selling these items anyways when they become obsolete and I get a better upgrade. So this is experience, this is money. And it's convenient, so that's why I'm doing this, and then I'll head back.
I trust you didn't find the dive too terribly difficult. Thank you again.
I hope you were able to take...
Okay, so now that we've done the prerequisites for the assignment that we had to do, we're going to get Expelliarmus now. And this is a very, very, very good ability. More so for goblins than dark wizards or creatures. But this ability allows me to do a lot of things out of combat and do heavy, heavy, heavy damage to enemies. Now, later on when we unlock talents, I'm also going to get the talent under the Dark Arts skill tree that allows me to put a curse, quote unquote, on any enemy that I use that ability against. And what that curse does is it just increases all the damage you do against that enemy. So it's a flat damage increase. One of the prerequisites, if you check the description section, one of the prerequisites to this run was that I did not want to use any like forbidden curses, right? I didn't want to use any forbidden spells. So, and most of those you don't get until the very end of the game anyways, but at the very end of the game, they would have come in very handy. But I didn't want to do that. So the Dark Arts skill tree, I don't consider part of that, because all it is a flat damage increase. You're not doing any of the unforgivable curses, right? So,
a pleasure doing business.
But yeah, anyways, Expelliarmus, very, 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 very useful, and we're going to utilize it and leverage it heavily against goblins specifically.
You can't imagine how inconvenient.
Statues Mr. Ollivander mentioned must be upstairs amongst the owls. Don't mind me, owls. I'm here to help a friend. Oh, I'll take that, thank you. No statues here. I recognize those handles. The summoning charm should do the trick. Accio! Nothing. This will do nicely. Empty. I'd best keep looking. No statues here. Nothing. What's happening?
Revelio.
Could it?
Levioso.
Here I am, as good as my word.
We meet. Aside from the bird bath, anything else I should look for?
Indeed. A few landmarks, a stone bridge, a waterfall, and, if I recall, a lake. You'll see.
You've been very helpful. Thank you.
Yes. You know, the closer we get, the more I'm remembering.
Nothing to do now but keep going. The waterfall. For a thief, Jackdaw's surprisingly as good as his word.
Alright, so for the combat section up ahead, we have to walk up here or run up here, whatever. And we have to interact with this, like, bath or pedestal or whatever. As soon as we interact with that, I'm going to run up this path and get up on top of this, like, cliffside. Shortly after you interact with that object, you're going to get 3 goblins that spawn in. Again, being up here, relative to where they spawn, if you draw a line from the enemies to me, they can't see me, they can't reach me. So they will not be in combat with me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to approach, once they spawn in, I'm going to approach from the right here, and we're looking to throw an object at the guy with the red shield, and then we're going to pull him up, we're going to hit him, and either that will kill him or the fall damage will kill him. But as you can see, the enemies can see me, but they don't know how to get to me, which is really important. Now, I kind of messed this up. You can only attack once after you pull an enemy before they're beyond the range of the Incendio ability. And I messed that up. I hit him twice. So we killed 2 of the 3, and now you might be saying, Hayete, where's the 3rd guy? Well, the 3rd guy is like booking it. And I don't know if this is a symptom of the game dropping him out of combat and now he's just doing whatever he wants, or if this is a symptom of the game saying, okay, this enemy can see you, but it can't attack you, so now it's trying to find a path to get to you. I don't know why, but one inevitably always goes down that way. And then I end up having to run down there and kill him, so. But anyways, for those 3 enemies, very, very consistent strategy, very good. And again, showcases how you can manipulate the AI during combat encounters when they're not able to physically get to you because of that line drawn between you and them. There's something in the middle blocking. Okay, so inside of this this cave, this cavern, whatever, we're gonna have a lot of spiders to deal with, and basically our fire attack and stealth are gonna be heavily utilized here, as well as Expelliarmus, because I don't have really another ability that can attack from range. So what you'll see here is after we burn this web, I'm gonna run in just ever so slightly and then turn around. And if you look at the mini-map, I basically run in until I see the enemies spawn on the mini-map, and then I come back out. So all we're going to do now is we're going to back up, and you might be asking yourself, okay, Hayete, I see the enemies. I could draw a line from that spider to you, but yet they're not attacking you. They're not moving to you. Why? So there's another symptom of the combat system where enemies are designated to remain in a certain zone. So what this means is that, think of it like a circle, and inside of that circle, the enemies can attack, they can do whatever they want. Outside of that circle, they can't exist. So they can't move, physically leave that circle. They can see beyond the circle, but they can't physically move beyond the circle. So we're going to take advantage of that a lot, where I'm going to initiate combat with enemies, and then I'm going to run away from them and be so far away from them that now I'm outside of that zone, that circle, that area that they are allowed per the code to attack in, to utilize their abilities in, whatever. And I'm going to sit beyond that circle and just do whatever I want to them for free. And they won't be able to see me. So just another approach and another tactic that I use heavily in this run going forward, and that you're going to see quite a lot.
Another puzzle. Well, with Jackdaw.
So there's a little bit of tech that I use here where I like dodge roll under things you're supposed to, I guess, crawl under or duck under. We're going to use this a lot in the game. All it does is speed stuff up, especially when we get our upgraded roll that kind of lets us like teleport across. It makes it even better, but it's just a way to not be so slow going under those types of objects.
It's a good thing Jackdaw didn't fall down there. Not a headless skeleton in sight, but I may as well help myself to...
So as I move across to this next area, we're going to get a bunch of spiders that are going to spawn in. And the best strategy here that I came up with was simply to just run past them. They will attack you. We can just dodge roll that. It's not a big deal. But once we get over to here and we're line of sighted from them, again, you can't draw a line from me to them without something being in the way. I'm going to go ahead and stealth. And then once I'm stealthed, I'm going to be looking at the minimap and watching for them to turn and go away from me. And as long as they're away from me, I can sneak back up here and I can get this chest without them engaging in combat. And then I could sneak past and just keep going.
But there's no sign of him. Untouched.
Okay, so now it's time for me to move to the final section. Well, for the final spider section, I guess. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and equip anything that's an upgrade. And then I'm going to move into this area. Now, what you're going to see in this area is kind of a combination of everything we've done up to this point. So I'm going to clear run to the other side of the area. And I'm going to stage myself up against the gate that ultimately we have to go through. Now, what this is going to do is it's not going to work the same way as it's worked with some of these other enemies. These enemies will be able to draw a line from me to them. And they will be able to attack me if they come up the ramp. The way this works, though, and why I use this strategy is because there's basically, think of it like a wall. At the bottom of this ramp, think of it like a wall. So they can see me, but they can't physically come to me because of that wall. However, some of these enemies can bury, and that bury attack does work. So all of the other things that they want to do, that they can do, the game code says, yeah, no, you can't do that. However, burying under the ground, which is an ability that some of these spiders have, specifically the shooters, so you see right there, it can do. So it's like, think of the spider AI going down a list and saying, can I do this attack? Nope. Can I do this one? Nope. Can I bury? Oh yeah, I can bury, and then it buries. And then once it buries, because it's in the same circle with me now, it can do everything. So for this last enemy, I want to pull this enemy all the way up here before I kill it, because the next group of enemies that spawn in are going to spawn in like right down there at the bottom of this path, and I don't want to be down there. Now both of these big spiders can walk up this ramp, can see me, and will engage me without burying. Now they can bury, but for whatever reason, these bigger spiders have no problem walking up the ramp. Now, ever so often, I'm going to get enemies that are going to bury under the ground and come up behind me. So as I'm doing this, I need to be paying attention to them. I need to be paying attention to my mini-map to be well informed of what the smaller enemies are doing. Now, for the matriarchs, I am going to use the aimed version of attacking because I don't want my animation to pull me down. The further down I get, the more that line from them to me is able to be drawn, the more they'll walk up. And you can see there's a matriarch walking up to me right now. Now this isn't a big deal. They're only going to do one attack and we just dodge roll it. So once the matriarch is up here, we're just going to stay on the matriarch, the one that comes up here, while again maintaining some kind of a glance on my mini-map so that I know if an enemy buries and pops up on me, which one will at some point, if I remember correctly. I'd say 9 times out of 10 they do. But it's very important that you priority target the matriarchs over the regular spiders, because as long as the matriarchs exist, like one just came up on the minimap right there, but as long as you have matriarchs in the area, the little spiders will continue to spawn infinitely. So we need them to all be gone, or we need the matriarchs to be gone so that we can clear out the little ones and they won't keep respawning. So once everything's done, we're going to go down here, grab this chest, we'll solve the puzzle. It's just shooting 3 of these things again. Something I didn't realize on my very first playthrough is that these panels that you shoot throughout the game. It doesn't matter what order you shoot them, you just have to shoot them all within a certain amount of time. So if you've ever played 2018 God of War, it's very similar to like those bells that you hit to unlock like the chests and stuff, like the Nornir chests or whatever. It's very similar to that.
I must be getting closer to Jackdaw's remains. And those pages.
Alright, so as we enter this area, we have some sentinels that we need to fight now. And before we move forward to engage them, I'm going to go ahead and grab the chests. Once I get these chests done, after I've grabbed the page, after so many seconds after you grab the page, the sentinels will then become active. So I made sure that I had the best gear on, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to shove myself up against this wall. In effect, line of sighting all of the other sentinels. So you can see through the wall that there's some red highlights there. And that's the other sentinels that should be attacking you. But because you can't draw a line from me to them, they can't see me. So we're going to use this again to great effect here, where we're just going to edge ourselves out and attack one at a time until all of them are dead.
Here. Incendio! Revelio. Expelliarmus ought to disarm you brutes.
Alright, so this is our first time fighting a big protector. So for the protector, we're going to do the exact same thing. Now, what I want to do is I want to prioritize Expelliarmus. Because what that's going to do is it's going to take the weapon out of his hand, and then the protector is going to be stunned or stalled for a little bit. And again, just like with the regular sentinels, as long as we keep distance from them, he'll never be able to use his abilities, so you want to make sure that you're maintaining that distance. For the last two protectors, we're just going to use Ancient Magic and one-shot both of them, and we're going to move on.
That's unnerving. What's happening? I've seen this before. In Gringotts and the restricted section. Where am I? Oh no. The room's starting to flood. How am I being protected? What sort of magic is this? I can only hope this magic protects me until I'm able to make my way out of here. What is this place?
Can it be?
Okay, so we're going to finally have access to our talents. Now the talents that I get are very, very specific. So we're going to get the Edurus potion because of its invincibility capability. I want to go ahead and get the ability to move fast when I'm stealthed. And then I'm going to just pick up a bunch of these core talents because they make combat a lot easier. So Swift is a very, very important one. That's for your dodge roll. And then the one that allows you to use like Ancient Magic to take an enemy's weapon and throw it back at them is going to be pivotal for both goblins and for the sentinels, the defenders, all of those statues, which are enemies that will fight a lot throughout the game. And as I explained earlier when we got Expelliarmus, That ability coupled with that talent does massive damage to enemies, and I'm going to leverage that heavily in this run.
I'm back at Hogwarts. I wonder when Professor Fig will be back. I did promise him I wouldn't neglect my studies while he was away. Suppose I have enough to distract myself with till he returns with the book.
Revelio.
Talk about this? Come now, Annabelle.
You need to learn Depulso, the banishing charm, useful for pushing objects or adversaries away. Complete the required tasks and meet me in my classroom.
Revelio.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and head back to Hogsmeade. And I want to go to the potion shop. I'm going to go ahead and buy up a couple of potions that we need for a class assignment so we can learn another spell.
In the market for potions.
And then with that, I'm also going to buy up the Adoris potions.
Thank you.
So for the assignment, you're required to use a Focus, a Maxima, and an Adoris potion, basically all at the same time to meet the prerequisite. So I already have one Adoris from when we went to potions class. The reason I'm buying extra ones is because for basically the very end of the game, my strategies focus very heavily on leveraging potions and potion skills from the talents. So I want to stock up and have as many Adoris potions as possible, which by default is 12. So over the course of basically the rest of the run, I'm going to be working up towards that, building my stockpile, so to speak, in preparation for the end of the game.
How are your assignments coming along? Concentrate. Do not let your mind wander. You've got it now. Not.
Who do you think will fall from their broom?
Everybody grab a broom, and we shall get started. Mr. Clopper.
Thank you.
Now, your turn.
Up.
Up.
Up, you stupid ratty school broom.
Up. One leg over, so there's a leg on each side. Good. Now, for your first lesson, fly through each ring in the courtyard.
This'll take some getting used to.
Take care. The brooms are school property. I want them returned in one piece. Well done.
Alright, so as we make our way into this next section for flying, I'm going to go through this ring, and then we're going to detour right before this second one. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run my broom into this wall of vines. For whatever reason, running your broom into those vines later will cause them to disappear. I'm not sure if that's... I mean, it's got to be a bug. I can't imagine that they intended for that. You know, during the normal like development of the game. But the reason that I'm doing that is because later we're going to come back and we're going to go through that like secret herbology cavern or whatever, and we're going to get an item that will be used later for me to complete a quest, a side quest for some experience. But more importantly, later in the game, one of our class activities is that we have to get a certain amount of plants and use them in combat. And by going through that secret herbology area, you come out in what is normally a locked room. And inside of that locked room, there's a bunch of plants. So we're going to pick those plants up for free. That way I don't have to buy them. And I'll have enough to use in combat towards the end of the run. And then there's also some other stuff in there. But we'll revisit that in a little bit. And just wanted to point out why I was doing that. Because normally the way that you would get rid of those vines is you would walk up to them and then burn them. But I can't remember when I realized that, but at some point in the progression of, you know, doing this run, I realized that if you run into it with your broom for whatever reason, they just disappear. So wanted to point that out.
Ahead of the gardens, the Hufflepuff common room windows.
Also, something else, specifically with flying on a broom, and I think when you fly on mounts too, I can't remember. I don't really use mounts in the run because they're a little bulky and they take longer to land than using a broomstick. But anyways, point being, what I wanted to say was on a broom, and I'm not sure how this works on controller, but on mouse and keyboard, when you're on a broomstick, if you don't hold W, i.e. forward, then when you move your mouse, you'll just move the camera. You won't actually be able to like change the direction of your flight path. However, if you hold forward, you can do that. So if you hold forward, you can use the mouse, i.e. the camera movement, to basically steer yourself, which I thought was really interesting. That it's the mechanics and the controls for flying are that fine-tuned that whether you hold forward or you don't hold forward, it gives a different result.
Better hurry and hand in our brooms. Dismount here. And where have you two been?
Oh, hello, Professor. We were trying to get a bit of extra practice in.
Hefty points will be taken from each of you for not following my instructions. Mr. Clopton, I am disappointed in you. You're in this class because you're still not showing yourself, or frankly, your broom the proper respect.
But, Professor...
Enough! Class is finished for the day. As for you, you do well to use better judgment in the future. Chin up. That was some rather good flying.
Sorry.
Okay, so now that we were able to go do whatever we want again, we're going to head back to the secret herbology underground area that I was talking about earlier. And you'll see that once we get here, there's going to be no vines, which is again really interesting. I imagine it's a bug or something unintended, and I'm not really sure why it works, but
how did you fare?
Really interesting nonetheless. I'd be interested to hear from like a developer or someone who coded the game, like why that works, and most likely they wouldn't have an answer. They wouldn't know. It's probably just a side effect of the code or something. But interesting that it works nonetheless. But anyways, we're gonna go in here. There is gonna be some. Oh God, what do they call it? The vines. I can't remember the actual like in-game lore name for them. but we're going to have them all over the place. We're just going to use Lumos to make sure that we don't get hit by them, because if you do walk on these without Lumos, you will take damage. And even with Lumos, if you move too fast, going back to an earlier point I made of this game, like if you go too fast on so many different levels, like things work against you. And these are the same way. Like if you go too fast, like walking through these vines as they're retracting, you do run the risk of taking damage. In fact, I've lost a run before because I did that. I moved way too fast. I was under the assumption that the game was coded such that if you had Lumos, no damage would be taken. That it was like a invincibility mechanic against this type of damage profile. But it actually turned out to be not true. So if you move too fast through them, you can still take damage. So that's why as I move through these, I kind of take my time a little bit. And I don't just run. But anyway, so that right there, that leaf that we just got, that is the item we need for the mission, or the quest, the side quest that we'll do much later. But that's just for experiences. This is what I really want. Are the tentacula, however you say that. But this is what I really wanted, to grab those up and then open this chest. These big chests always give you a legendary, it seems. So I wanted to make sure that I got the chest. There's a couple of other things up here that we're going to get. And then we got 6 of the plants that, like I mentioned earlier, we'll need for a class assignment later.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented it.
Might some kind soul help me?
Complete the tasks I've given you, and then meet me in my classroom to learn Defindo, the severing charm.
This way. There's a secret passage just here.
How did you find this place?
My friend, Ominous Gaunt. He named it the Undercroft. We used to play gobstones here all the time. With my sister, Anne. She loved that infernal game. What I wouldn't give to lose to her again. I should tell you, I swore to Ominous I would safeguard this place. So please, keep this between us. He never confides in anyone. But he's trusted me since the day we met. I wouldn't want to jeopardize that. We used to sneak in here almost daily. We've never been caught. It may take a while to get the feel for it. Mimic my wand movement. The incantation is Confringo.
Very well.
You're getting it. Ready to actually try it out? Stick to the targets, though. Best to keep the Undercroft intact. Have a go at this candle. Nice work. That's it. Well done.
The block. You must.
When I head to Feldcroft, I'll send you an owl.
Hello, Sebastian.
Wait.
Trust.
Sebastian is going to get an earful about this.
It didn't bother me. I swear.
Good. I'm sure you heard the house called, that's all.
Werewolves, where were you? In the Goblin Rebellion of 1752?
And by the end of it, the Minister for Magic was Albert Boot.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, what fun! I won't say my goodbyes. I shall cheer for the boy who says you're telling.
It was Albert Boot.
No, it wasn't. It was Basil Flack.
Levioso.
So before we head to the next main mission, I'm gonna kind of bypass it, like run right by it. And this is just so that I can pick up the fast travel point for the astronomy tower. Because later we will have a main mission back up here. And I want to be able to just teleport right to it instead of having to run all the way back.
Revelio. What is this place?
This is the Room of Requirement. It only appears when one is in real need of it. Ordinarily, a student might stumble upon this room entirely by accident. If ever. I'd only planned to suggest to you how to find it by walking past that bit of wall, focusing on what you need. But you've managed to reveal the room on your own. While I'm here, we should take advantage of the moment. Now, where is Deke? He must have sneaked past and gone ahead.
Deke, Professor?
The house elf I was speaking to in my classroom your first day. Thought he might help you use the room once you've found it. There's no chance I'm clambering over this mess. Splendid. Now, cast Evanesco on those chairs. Excellent work. You'll note that you are now in possession of Moonstone. We shall discuss its uses later. Let's move on. Where in Merlin's name is that elf?
Dear me. Can't you keep it down? Some of us are trying to rest.
Is that... Goodness. My old school.
Yes, Professor. Hope this isn't as precarious as it looks. Revelio.
Stop them! That's not helpful, you worthless pile of tin!
How does anyone other than a house elf manage to get around in here? What was that? Was that a golden switch?
Perhaps you should summon your wits and find out.
Accio! Depulso! Accio! Revelio. I hope that house elf can find us in here. Yikes! Careful!
Huh? Oh, there you are. Wait right there. Deed will come to you. The room... Now, it's time to focus on what you need. Just close your eyes. Imagine the room precisely as you need it. The room will do the rest.
You've given yourself quite a canvas to work with. I look forward to seeing what you do with the space. Ah, and it seems the room has provided you with a desk of description. Excellent. It can identify unfamiliar items of clothing. One should always understand the effects of anything in which one is clothed. You'll find plenty of items of clothing that need to be identified. The desk will be an invaluable resource. Very good. Well done. You can use these whenever you need to brew potions or grow plants.
So even though that the game essentially wants us to use the mechanic of growing plants and brewing potions and things like that, I'm never actually going to do that. It's way too time costly and less efficient than just simply going to the potion shop and buying them, for example. So what I'll do later on, and I'll describe it in detail, but what I'll do later on is basically farm a bunch of creatures as a mechanic we'll learn later in the game. I'll farm a bunch of creatures and then sell them all, which the return on that is much better than what you would have to do to go out into the environment or into the open world and find the various materials you would need to make potions and things like that. So, but I'll elaborate on that later. So what I'm doing now is we're heading up here to the herbology shop, simply because I need to buy a mandrake. I've already got a venomous plant, but I need a mandrake for the herbology class assignment. So we're gonna go ahead and just buy one of those. And then I'm going to sell all of my stuff, and then we'll be in a good position to complete this assignment. So on the very next instance of combat, I need to basically use the mandrake, and I need to use the venom plant so that we can complete that assignment. And the next time I go back to Hogwarts, I'll be able to go turn that in.
Lumos.
Hello. Have a look around. I'll be with you in just a minute.
Revelio.
Lumos.
So I'm going to head back to Hogwarts here, and I actually messed up. I forgot to buy a broom when I was in Hogsmeade. So as soon as we load in, I'm gonna go ahead and fast travel back and go to the broom shop to pick up my broom. Because even though you go through flying class and you learn all the mechanics, the game doesn't actually give you a free broom. It doesn't just give you the ability to use the mechanic that you just learned. At least not to my knowledge. So you have to physically go and buy one. So we're just going to go buy one. It really doesn't matter which one we buy. They're all basically the same as far as capability. Later on in the game, you could do the side quests and unlock faster boost or more duration on the boost, things like that.
Hello.
But it's not needed for this run, so I don't do that. We're just going to buy a stock broom and then use that to get around for the rest of the game.
You'll be thrilled with that broom, I promise you. Thanks for stopping by. Once you've beaten him, elders.
Can't help but admire Mr. Weeks' enthusiasm.
I was hoping to see you.
The room is called the Map Chamber, by the way, and a portrait of Percival Rackham awaits us there.
Professor Rackham. I look forward to meeting him. How did this Jackdaw get the pages from the book?
Evidently, Peeves stole them, and Jackdaw stole them from him.
To think it was beneath us all this time. This looks promising. A map. There's Hogsmeade. And over here, the Forbidden Forest. And, of course, Hogwarts. It's magnificent. If only you were here to see this.
Hello, Professor Rackham. We've placed the book on the pedestal as you asked. And this is my mentor, Professor Fig. You and...
Shall we? You may.
I'll...
It's time you learned, Iglesias, the freezing spell. It is an efficient way to cool down a heated situation. But first, I will need you to complete a few tasks. Once you've done that, come and see me.
So as I approach the objective here, I want to make sure that I get this fast travel point, because I will be using this later for part of a class assignment and then for part of the experience grind that I'll end up having to do later. But it's very important to make sure that that you unlock that one for pathing purposes.
Why not? Well, this isn't ideal.
Okay, so as we approach the castle here, the very first goblin that we run into, I'm just going to pull and we're going to fight this one just straight up. And the reason for this is because it's kind of a pain in the butt to get by that one sometimes. So as long as I pull him and kill him away from everyone else, no one will hear it. So I don't have to worry about that. And then as soon as we come in here, there's going to be one that's going to be pathing from left to right. This is very consistent, it always happens. So I'm going to run forward, take this one out, and then we're going to turn to the left. And we're going to take out basically the next two, so this one and the one that you see there. And then the two to my top left, we're going to ignore for right now. Those will be the very last ones that I take out. So I'm going to go ahead and turn around, and we're going to run back. And if the timing works, there it is, one of the goblins should walk from left to right. So then we'll take these guys out individually.
In my family working among...
And then what we're going to do is we're going to turn back around and we're going to go to the final two. Now the final two over here are right in front of the objective. We need to pick up the note and read it in here to progress the story. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stealth take out the one on the right and then just actually fight the one on the left. Because there's really no way for me to take both of them out quietly unless I use an invisibility potion, which there's no need to do that. So once they're both defeated, I'm going to run around and just get some stuff around the area because I don't want to come back to this side. I am going to go ahead and prep a Doris potion. And the reason for that is because I'd say 1 out of every 4 times this little sequence plays out, before you actually get a chance to like control your character, that goblin will hit you. So I'm going to go ahead and just use the potion. We're going to use the Mandrake for the class assignment. We're going to go ahead and throw the Venomous Plant for the class assignment. And then I'm going to try and defeat this red shielded enemy while the Adoris Potion is still active. And then I'm just going to run all the way back to basically where we started the area. And so by doing this, I'll be able to fight these guys one at a time and then go invisible in between. So that I don't really have to do combat against multiple enemies. We can just do 1v1s, which is obviously much safer and less variable risk. So I do want to note for anyone that missed, the Adoris Potion, why I'm using it. It's because coupled with the talent that I got in the Room of Requirements skill tree section, it makes the 20-second duration of the Adoris Potion give you immortality, so you cannot be damaged, essentially, right? And then on top of that, it also deflects, so any kind of spell that comes in will bounce off of you. So it's kind of a cheat code in the game, honestly. Like, if you have the resources to have it, it's kind of a cheat code. And one that I don't use unless I feel it's absolutely necessary. So I use it there, and you really won't see it again until the very end of the game. I use it on Rookwood on the last phase of his fight, and then I use it on entering phase 3 of the Ranrok fight and entering phase 4, the final phase of the Ranrok fight, and then on some of the goblins right before the actual Ranrok fight at the end game. So it's not going to be used as much as you might think. Even though it is a broken mechanic, I didn't want to resort to it again unless I felt it was absolutely necessary to reduce the potential of taking damage due to basically RNG or things that are very difficult to deal with.
Near the entry. I should investigate. I've seen this before, in Gringotts and the restricted section. Impressive. That must have done something. Best have a look around.
Alright, so we're going to have our first combat encounter coming up for the first trial here. And what you're going to notice is something I haven't talked to. As far as the enemies go, I'm basically going to do what you've seen before. We're going to use Expelliarmus, Disarm, we're going to focus on the big defender, then the Sentinels. But something that I do here is I take advantage of something called iframes. What iframes are is basically a developer-coded moment where you cannot take damage while an action is occurring. So you'll notice that if you rewind it, I guess, or play the VOD back at this point, but if you drag it back and look at it, you'll notice that the Sentinels are actually attacking me, and I'm not blocking them. And I don't have to, because at those moments I'm throwing objects. Anytime in Hogwarts Legacy that you are in the middle of throwing an object, whether it be a weapon that you disarmed from an enemy, or a pot or a barrel that's laying around, or what have you. Anytime you're throwing an object, the game gives you iframes, meaning that during the animation of the throw, you are immune from taking damage. So I utilize that during that encounter so that I can focus on the defender and burn him down, get him defeated as quickly as possible, while also staying safe. Because I have those invincibility frames from throwing those objects. Once the objects are done, I can't throw any more objects, then I have to resort to actually parrying and blocking those attacks. Again, anytime you use Expelliarmus and you're grabbing the weapon and throwing it, it's the same thing. It counts as throwing that object. So you gain that invincibility and you don't have to worry about taking damage in those moments. So it's a very good strategy. It's always welcomed when developers think ahead and reward the player for using the mechanic and don't punish you for using the mechanic. So in this instance, we have two protectors. I'm just going to go ahead and burn the first one with Ancient Magic, and then we'll fight the second one straight up because he's the only one left and we can just focus on burning him down. And as long as, again, you stay a good distance away from them, they won't be able to use any of their abilities anyways, so it'll be completely safe.
Explore this archway from both sides. I'll never get used to these floors.
Okay, so for this room, we're going to have quite a few enemies to contend with here. And my go-to strat is just to go ahead and eliminate, the first one will insta-kill that guy. And then it's to focus on whatever is closest to me. We're going to try it. You really can't because of the way the enemies populate the area and how small it is. You really can't stay away from all of them. But what I'm going to try and do is just maintain distance and use Expelliarmus, throw the weapons at them because it does a massive amount of damage to them. And then use other spells wrapped up in between. But basically it's just playing the game and understanding the mechanics. Throwing objects, defeating the enemies from biggest to smallest for the most part. Is really the strategy here. There's not too much more to explain past that. This is one of the first instances where I really couldn't develop a good strategy to fight all of these enemies, and it just turned into, hey, how well can you play the game? And you just have to be good at the game. So now that that's done, we'll collect up some of the resources, and then I can move on. Okay, so for this combat area, arena, whatever you want to call it, it's going to be more of the same like the last one. Albeit this area is a lot bigger, so I can more easily stay away from the enemies. But it's just going to be prioritizing, you know, taking down the big guys, using Expelliarmus, blocking or dodging attacks, you know, etc., etc., etc. So there's really not a whole lot to talk to here. After this, we'll get into kind of our real, like our first real boss fight, and I'll have a lot to say on that. So see you in a second. Alright, so for the boss fight, this really comes down to two things. So, dodging his stomp and breaking his orbs whenever he throws the orbs out. Now, one of the things that can catch you off guard, because it's completely random, is that anytime he does like a stomp, or anytime he does any attack other than the orbs that you can break, he has the possibility to have like this, it's almost like a light or something that will like home in on you like a missile. And anytime that happens, you have to dodge it or block it. And again, like I said, it's completely random, so you have to like really be paying attention for it. But aside from that, what you see here is I'm basically doing damage when I can, and I'm waiting for him to pop an orb so that I can break it, because whenever the orb is broken, that opens him up to take a little bit more damage, and especially if you follow it up with Ancient Magic. So right here, when I knock him to his knees, then I can do much more damage. You'll see the crit numbers popping up above his head, denoted in yellow. So that's really the whole strategy, honestly. Is using Ancient Magic to put him on his knee, and then doing as much damage to him as I can in that, you know, few seconds, and then in between those instances and opportunities is you know, just dodging right, making sure that I'm looking for any of those attacks that I mentioned, which oddly enough he didn't do there.
Another pencil.
And then you know, trying to build up my Ancient Magic so that I can use that.
Your ability to transfigure the world around you is remarkable. What is it?
My father isn't getting better. I don't think he'll ever recover from the death of my brother.
It is agonizing to see those we love suffer.
The drought was years ago. But the pain of losing him is as deep for him now as if it had happened only yesterday. He doesn't need pretty pillars, he needs peace. What if I could help him, Professor?
You do so much for your father already.
It's not enough. I want to take away his pain.
It is tempting, I know, to use this magic that you're mastering to transfigure more than the physical world. But human emotion is a potent force unto itself. Even the most well-meaning and competent witch cannot possibly know the consequences of irrevocably manipulating it.
So I'm to watch as my father's pain destroys him.
It is not your pain to take. Every year, a student sees something sillier than I could ever imagine in their tea leaves. Oh, Miss Morganach, welcome back to Hogwarts, Professor.
That's going to take some getting used to. Professor Rookwood?
I was so pleased to hear that you had accepted the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts, Professor.
Sit, Isadora. Tell us about your travels.
I was actually hoping that you and the others might join me at my home this evening. There's much I'd like to share with you.
That would be delightful. We shall let the others know.
Very well. I shall see you then.
Another memory. Now to find a way out of here.
We shall... Now.
Before you go...
Assignments all... I should ask Sir...
Come and see me about a pressing and highly confidential matter at your earliest convenience. I believe that we may be...
Welcome, everyone.
You can use my brush. Just be gentle. Think pleasant thoughts. I like to think it enriches his experience. That's lovely. I'm sure he feels much better. I think he might be hungry. Would you mind? Some beast feed. What do you suppose the pellets taste like to Gerald? Pudding, I like to think. I think we can safely say that Gerald likes you.
That's good news. He seems very nice.
He is. Kindness is one of his best qualities, right after ambition. And cleanliness.
Good work, everyone. Now, let's make our way to the pens and select another beast. And please, do be careful as you feed and groom them. Miss Sweeting, why don't you show our new student to the Neasels in the farthest pen?
This way. The Neasels are over here.
Oh, couple of these.
Those two don't belong anywhere near this class. Poachers in training. Persephone was onto them instantly. Thank you for your help. Let's carry on. Feed and brush the Neasels just as you did with Gerald. The Neasels really took to you. They know a good egg when they see one. As do I.
It appears our time has come to an end. Please close the pens and see yourselves out. Now, where is our new student? Ah, there you are. I would like a moment, please.
I need to talk to you. Come here. I wouldn't take just anyone there. In fact, you're the first.
Really? Well, thank you, I think.
As I said, we think alike. Pleasance. Quite the weather we're having, don't you think?
Poppy, where are you taking me?
It really is much better if I just show you. Don't worry, we're nearly there. It's just ahead. Stand back. I knew it! I don't think I've ever seen a hippogriff take to someone this quickly. You can feed and brush her if you'd like. I come and check on her every once in a while. Bring her pasties, tell her what's going on in the castle. You wouldn't know from looking at her, but she's a dreadful busybody. So,
I thought...
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and head back to the herbology classroom. We're going to go ahead and turn in the class assignment that we did earlier, where we used the mandrake and we used the venom plant to get our next required spell. So we have to have this spell to proceed in the storyline. Same as one of the other ones we got from the potions class. And really a lot of the skills or spells, I guess, that I pick up in this run are primarily because you have to. So there's going to be quite a few spells that I don't pick up. There will only be two damage spells that I pick up that aren't well, I guess no, there's one. Bombarda is actually required for that was the second one I was thinking of, but that's actually required for a main story mission with Sebastian, like much later in the game. But I will pick up one that's not required, and it's simply because it does massive damage to a single target, and we're going to leverage that very heavily for the boss fights and quite a few of the enemy types towards the end of the game.
Revelio. Revelio. Off on another adventure, are we? Revelio.
For I can't wait to watch you try.
All right, so as we do Moon's mission here, where we learn Alohomora, which is the spell to unlock level 1 locks, there's really not anything to talk to here. It's simply just a stealth section. What you're going to see is that I go through the section, I pick up what I can, and then as I leave, the area and complete the mission, I'm going to leave some things behind that are difficult to get when the area is restricted. So I'm going to leave some things behind as we leave the area, and then once we complete the mission, I'll go back in and pick up those couple of items. But yeah, not a whole lot to talk to here. The only thing that I will say about this is that, and again, check the description section for like the full rule set for this run, but I am not allowed to fail. I'm not allowed to fail anything. So like if I were to go in here and get seen and then have to restart, that would be against the rule set of the run, and I would have to start the entire game over again. So on these stealth sections, I take it very careful, very slow, very methodically, because I don't want to accidentally mess up and then lose my entire run because of that. Obviously, this run that didn't happen, but I just wanted to explain the evolution of how I approach this and the thought process behind it. So, again, not a whole lot to talk to here for the actual strategy, so I'll leave it at that, and I'll see you guys when we get to the next section.
That is why I need your help in removing the statues.
Why me?
Alohomora.
Well done! You're in. Remember, use the disillusionment stuff as self-control. This is a restricted area of the castle.
How are your students getting along this year?
Rather poorly, I'd say.
Is that so?
We're raising a generation of coddled.
This must be the prefect's bathroom.
They're saying that Ranrok's lawyer...
Alohomora.
I don't think that's what that class is for.
She's right. Why don't you leave goblins alone?
How dare you speak to a prefect that way?
I'm a prefect too, you twit.
That's it.
What are you up to now?
Not at the moment, no. Plenty of other perils and pitfalls to send them my way, though.
suppose I should begin my rounds now.
I suppose Professor Black knows best, but the students are terribly disappointed about Quidditch being cancelled.
Huh. I had planned to bet a few galleons.
Revelio.
Oh, and I knew you were the one to ask for help. Keep at it so we can solve this mystery.
How would you like to learn the knockback jinx flipendo? Once you've completed the necessary, come and find me in the greenhouse.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
I'll say it again. Hello there. Nice to see you. I don't know what you've done to make such powerful enemies.
Welcome. Do let me know if I can be of any assistance at all. A wise decision. Thank you. I hope to see you again. Farewell. What can I do for you today? I hope to see you again. Farewell for now.
Hello. Good to see you outside the castle.
You too, Hogsmeade.
Welcome to the Og's Head.
So... There...
I could use some gold.
Revelio. I'm ready. What precisely is the relic I'm to retrieve? Wizard kind sees things differently. It's a wonder goblins and wizards have ever been able to work together. They seem to be.
Ah, and there it is. The witch's tomb.
Oh, dreadful looking place, isn't it? It all...
I will remain here, eagerly.
Okay, so for the Collector's Cave, I just want to preface this section by saying we're gonna end up fighting a new enemy type here, and they're basically like undead, zombies, whatever you want to call them. But the sticking point with this enemy type is that they cannot be damaged unless they've been burnt. So you have to engage them with a fire spell to make them vulnerable to your damage, and then you're able to do damage to them. So I want you guys to keep that in mind as we move into those combat sections, and I'll pipe back in when we get to those encounters.
Revelio. Merlin's beard. This can't be the witch's tomb. Likely I need to go further. Closer. Lumos.
Alright, so we're coming up to our first encounter. I want to go ahead and prep my spells. I want to make sure that I've got fire spells in my first slot. And then what I'm going to do is, as I run in, I'm going to move to the left as quickly as possible. So once this like cutscene or whatever is over, I'm going to run forward and I'm going to take the high ground on this ledge here. And then what I forgot to do was I forgot to get the talent for Confringo that allows it to spread to enemies nearby, so I'm going to go ahead and pick that up. Okay, so now that we have that, as you can see, I hit that enemy with a fire spell, so I was able to do damage, and that's, as I mentioned earlier, that's the prerequisite for fighting these enemies, is that we absolutely have to hit them with fire. They don't have to be on fire, they just have to have been recently hit with fire for you to do damage to them. But this is the strategy, is basically just holding the high ground here, waiting for the enemies to populate near you, and then just burning them and fighting them, and defeating them for free from up on the high ground with no risk. And you'll see as we go forward with the other strategies, basically every combat encounter inside of this cave is going to be us fighting the enemies with almost zero risk.
Lumos. Lumos. Down I go. No other way.
All right, guys, so prepare for the funniest voice line in this entire game. Like, it's hilarious. Let's do it in 3, 2, 1. Oh? Oh my god, the first time I heard that, I died. Okay, so this is our second combat encounter, and this one's going to be a little bit less safe than the first, but what you want to do is you want to come all the way across to this platform. And basically, we're just going to sit here and fight the enemies. Now, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's because what I'm standing on is an actual movable platform, and so maybe it's coded different, or the enemy AI sees it differently, but they will not walk onto this platform. They'll come right to the edge of it, but they will never, like, actually walk up on it. So the reason why I use this platform, is if it isn't obvious, is because they can't see me here. I mean, they can see me. They know that I'm here. They're engaged in combat with me, but they can't use any of their abilities to attack me. So it's one of those situations. So basically, we're just going to sit here and use Confringo and then regular basic attacks to kill each one of these enemies until they're all gone, and then I'll move on. Very, very simple strategy, very safe, and very, very consistent.
Confringo!
Lumos. Lumos. The witch's final resting place. Lodgok said the helmet was in her dead. Better show this to Lodgok. I know there's a... Open this door.
So as we exit this, we're going to talk to Lodgok, and then we're going to have to go liberate the crown from some dark wizards. So what's interesting about this is at any bandit camp that you go to, in the game, we'll have a chest, and inside of that chest will be a random trait. And so one of the best traits in the game for this run is to get the trait Concentration, which allows you to do increased damage on every spell that you cast. It's a flat damage increase to everything you do outside of the basic attack. But the problem is like everything else in the game, it is completely random. So what's going to happen here is we're going to go into this area, And there's going to be a troll. There's going to be a troll that's going to be engaging the Dark Wizards. So what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to land on the back side of this tent where I'm out of line of sight from the enemies. And I'm going to stealth up and I'm going to go into this tent and I'm going to open this chest to see if I can get lucky and get a good trait. The amazing thing about this run, like this particular run through the game, is that I got concentration level 2. And I didn't realize it at the time. Like at the time that I picked this up, I didn't even see that I had gotten it. I didn't realize this until I got back to the Room of Requirement much later. But because I got it, I am actually going to change the way I, like basically the route of some of this run. I'm going to change some of the stuff I wouldn't normally do. But anyway, so we're going to run over here, we're going to grab this item out of the chest, and I want to make sure that I'm positioned behind these crates. So because the troll is engaging the Dark Wizards, as soon as the new enemies spawn in, they'll automatically not look at me because I'm invisible, and they'll look at the troll, which gives me time to get around the back of the tent and leave the area without having to fight anybody. So very good strat, very consistent. But I want to go back to the trait and concentration. So normally I don't get concentration. In fact, I think this was the first time, or no, the second time. This was the second time in a run that I had ever gotten concentration. The first time I got it much, much later in the run. When you're trying to get basically to the back half of the map for the open world, there's one that I'll pick up there, and the first time I ever got concentration on a run, that's where it was at. So getting it this early was actually really beneficial, because now that I have it, later on I'll need to go get a Dire Claw, and then I'll farm resources off of this Dire Claw, or Deary Claw. I can't remember how it's said, but I'll farm resources off of that in preparation for endgame, where you'll need 6 feathers to put the trait on 6 pieces of equipment, which is what you have. You have 6 slots. But I did want to mention that it is completely random, and I never put it into the run because 1, it's RNG, and 2, I don't like save loading. So what I mean by save loading is you go to a point, you save the game, you walk up to the chest, you open the chest, that's not what I want, you load the game back, and then you try again. And you keep doing this like slot machine process until you get what you want. I don't like doing that. 1, it takes way too much time. 2, it's RNG, and it's not guaranteed that you're going to get it anyways. And 3, it doesn't help that much. It's a nice bonus, but it's not something that you absolutely need. So I just wanted to point out that, you know, me going to that chest and getting it out of there, that's not something that's always going to happen. That was luck. And that there are going to be some things I'm going to do that are going to change up the run a little bit because of it. And if I remember correctly, you know, it does eat up a little bit of time too, where I was a little inefficient because, again, I wasn't expecting it. So I was like, oh, I need this thing, and I forgot to go get that, and then I have to go back and backtrack or whatever. So yeah, anyways, I've rambled on enough about that. So let's talk about what we're doing right now. So we've got the knapsack, and we're learning how to capture beasts. So what we're going to use this for, as I alluded to a second ago, we're going to need a Deary Claw for the concentration trait. But what this is trying to teach you is the mechanic. And all you need to do for this quest is catch one of these. So I could catch one of these and then go talk to Deke. The reason I'm not doing that is because I want to fill the bag. So Deke is gonna have us capture this one, and then we'll move on to 2 other beasts that we'll need to capture. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna capture obviously one of each to meet the prerequisite of the mission, but I'm also gonna capture as many as I can. It doesn't matter which ones they are, but I'm gonna capture as many beasts as I can until my bag is full. And the reason for that is something I alluded to quite a while ago, which was this is how I make my money. So for this run, and for this game in general, at the time of me doing this run, and at the time of me recording this commentary, the best way to make money in Hogwarts Legacy is to capture beasts and then go sell them. Because every single one that you sell sells for 120 gold. And it gives you so much money, it's actually ridiculous. And you can do it very, very quickly. So that's why I'm capturing all the beasts. Now I've taken this detour over here to pop these balloons because I want to get the Glacius skill, because it's not a required skill for the run. It's not something that you need for a story mission or anything like that. However, out of all of the yellow spell category spells that we can learn, it is one of the most beneficial, because it's the second most beneficial actually, because when you use it on an enemy, the next attack you do to them, they take increased damage from it. So it's almost like putting a debuff on an enemy so that they take increased damage on the next hit, which is something that I'll leverage in the run. But anyway, so we're going to run through here. You're going to see that I'm going to get a bunch of these birds. We'll go to the next section. I'll get a bunch of those. And once my bag is full, then I will go back and complete the quest.
I'll look after you.
And at some point much later in the run, we'll actually sell all these beasts that we've gathered for money to prep for everything that we're going to do later on that we need to buy. And then if it wasn't obvious, the last thing I'll say on this is the method that I'm using is to use Levioso to stop them, to stun them, and then capturing them with the bag. Now the game tells you this mechanic. It actually suggests that you do this.
Professor Howard,
and it is, in my opinion, the best method, the best go-to method. However, using Accio to pull some of them to you is also beneficial when you can get it to work. Unfortunately, that bird right there, I pulled him while he was open, or over open space, so he fell straight down. But that's here nor there. Anyways, point being, you have these options available to you to capture beasts, and we're going to capture as many as we can until the bag's full, and then I'll move.
Revelio.
So I'm gonna head over to the Quidditch arena, and we're gonna pop these balloons. So the balloons I popped earlier plus these balloons are all the prerequisite for the Glacius spell. So we're gonna pop these, and then we'll go back and finish Deke's main story quest, and then we'll get our Glacius spell a little bit later.
Levioso. Revelio. Levioso. Revelio. Levioso.
Settle yourself. I mean you no harm.
you up to now? Levioso!
I'll look after you.
Levioso! Revelio! Levioso!
There.
Revelio! Levioso! Revelio! Levioso!
There you are. Now, we need to show the beast you rescued their new home. But, not enough room to let them out here. Imagine all those beasts running amok. That wouldn't do at all. Perhaps if you focus on what your beasts need, the room will provide. Meet you inside when you're ready. Perhaps you want to release them. Let them see their new home. Dig.
So I told you guys earlier that when I got the concentration trait, I didn't realize I had it. So, and I remember this vividly because I was like, "Oh my god!" Like that's what I was thinking in my head when I saw it. But I remember I created this loom, and then I went in because part of the mission, if you look right above the mini map, is that you have to add a trait. So I went in and I was like, "Okay, let's go see what trait I got. You know what bullshit trait I got." And so like I go in and I see that I have concentration and I hesitate. I'm like, hold on a second, what? And it's a level 2. What? I was like, oh my god, okay. All right, now I need a Deary Claw so that I can farm this. So this was when I realized that I had it. Where I was kind of in my brain, kind of pre-planning out and making the game plan for how I was going to get these Deary Claw feathers and make all this work so I could have concentration on everything at the end of the game.
how did you get on with those tasks?
Yes.
Pay attention to your wand work. Well done. I'd recommend that you practice your...
Alohomora.
What can I help you with today? Ah, yes, a wonderful choice. I hope to see you again sometime.
Alright, so what I'm doing here is I'm making my way to get a Deary Claw. And like I told you guys earlier, you know, concentration is not something that I normally get, nor is it something that I really pre-plan for. So because it just happened, I was like, okay, well, you know, this was a location that I remembered I could get one. So I come here to get one. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit on the edge of this area. I do move to the back of this area, and this is all purposeful because if you move too far forward here, like on the other side, you'll get one of those like zombies that'll spawn in. So that's why I'm using Accio to pull the Deary Claw forward, and then stunning it and capturing it. And I only need one for the feathers, so that's why I'm doing it this way. If you know, if this was something I was going to use long term for a run, it was something I could guarantee like that I would get and acquire, I'd probably capture more of them so I could farm the feathers off them so that I could use the trait on gear throughout the run instead of just waiting towards the end of it. But anyways, that's where I get it. Now we're going to move over here. I'm going to grab this South Sea Bog fast travel point so that I can quickly get to missions that I'll need to get to later in the run, and then we'll continue on to where Sebastian's at.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
Revelio. Revelio.
I believe you are ready to learn Arresto Momentum, the slowing charm. It allows you to freeze...
This way.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
Feldcroft used to be a lot livelier. With Ranrok's lot wandering about all the time. Everyone stays out. Here we are. My sister should be just inside. I'm sorry you had to see that. If you don't mind, I just need a moment alone.
Poor Sebastian. Not the visit he'd hoped for.
I'm sorry about earlier. Those bouts of pain are difficult to bear. I wish you well.
That boy will fray my last nerve. I hope you remember what I said. Good day.
Why will he not listen to me? She's my sister. Ranrok's loyalists are capable of so much more than people realize. They should not be underestimated. All the debris you'll see is from whatever's going on at that abandoned estate. They've been digging for something. Up there, on that plateau.
Okay, so for this combat encounter, this one's kind of a pain in the butt. So what we have to do is, I'm going to go invisible, and I'm going to move all the way up until this first goblin teleports to my left. So there we go, he teleported to the left, and now we're going to fight him, because if I don't fight him here, he's going to fight Sebastian, and then Sebastian's going to pull every other enemy into combat with me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that one out. Then I'm going to move back around and scale the wall on the right side here. And the reason I'm doing this is because once I start to get a good distance away from Sebastian, he'll link back up with me and he will go invisible. And when he goes invisible, then I'll finally be able to move into the position that I want to move to. So that's what I'm waiting for right now, is for Sebastian to be away from these enemies. And now he's invisible. He was just there on my right, so now he's behind me. And now what we're going to do is I'm going to flank all the way around to the back side of where all of these goblins are at. Now, one of the things that usually happens here is basically I hit this box and it would pull one of the goblins. It would pull the closest goblin, the one with the cloak. The problem is that that goblin started to move away. And basically, it took me too long to get here. So because I took too long to hit that and he started pathing away, because he was pathing away and wasn't blocking line of sight to the box for the second goblin, it made it so that it pulled the attention of both. So this kind of messed up my plan here a little bit. So I had to improvise, which I hate doing in the middle of a run. I hate trying something new that I'm not sure what the result's going to be. But ultimately, since I couldn't pull this one over, because normally I would pull this guy and I would stealth kill him. That way I don't have to worry about his magic. Because the rest of the enemies are just basic enemies that want to melee attack you. But he is a red shield. So I want to get him off the board. But since I couldn't do that, what I end up doing is I say, okay, well, we're just going to do the strategy as it is without him defeated, which is I get on top of this rock and then I start pulling enemies and hit them with spells and let them fall and take fall damage. That's basically the strat. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get that red shield close enough that I can pull him. And it's not cooperating, but... And I remember this vividly. This whole section was such a mess. Okay, so we hit him, he falls, he takes fall damage, and he dies. And so that right there is the strategy. This is the strategy, what you're seeing. Is to simply pull each one of these goblins, hit them, do a little bit of damage, and then let them fall to their death. And that was when I realized you could block something through a solid object. So yeah, I'm gonna pipe back in once all of these enemies are defeated because there was an issue and I want to explain what happened. But what you're seeing here is basically what I'm gonna do for every single enemy. So I'll pipe back in once all these enemies are defeated.
Oh. No! I will make you pay. I won't rest until you're dead. Quick, I'll find ya. Rather unwise coming back this way.
Potatoes, stupefy.
You've made your last mistake. How nice of you to stop by. One less human to worry about. Can't handle a little altercation. You will regret coming here. You should know better than No! I will make you pay. I won't rest until you're dead.
Taste goblin silver.
Revelio.
Sworn. better than a jobberknoll.
Quiet as a grapple, you are.
Confringo!
Alright, so all of the enemies are defeated. And what normally would happen is I would have to run down this hill to the main road very quickly, because Sebastian normally just books it for the field over here very, very quickly. And if you don't move fast enough, you'll get that like, hey, in 15 seconds you're out of bounds or whatever. But what happened was at some point during the combat, Sebastian fell down to this little ledge nook and got stuck. And I'd never had this happen before. I created this strategy very, very early on in the process, and I had never had this happen. I'd never seen this before. So I tried a couple of things. I was like, can I interact with him? I can't hit him. I can't push him. I can't stagger him to break this like path that he's on. So what it is right now is inside of the game code, there's a line. There's a line going from Sebastian to the objective, and Sebastian's trying to follow that line. Unfortunately, he can't because Sebastian can't climb. So since I can't interact with him, my next thought is, well, you know, a lot of the companions will teleport to you. When you get to a certain distance, they'll teleport to you. So I try to go and get distance from them. I go invisible because generally when I go invisible, the companion goes invisible. Sometimes that will prompt them to teleport to me as well. That didn't work. I tried to get max distance to see what that would look like. Maybe I could trigger something that way. That didn't work. So I said, okay, well, I know the things I need to interact with over here on the farm. Will that work? That didn't work. So unfortunately, I had to reload. Because he's legitimately stuck. So I just hit reload from last save, and this put it literally right where he was supposed to be. So again, I've told you guys this earlier in the run that one of my rules is I do not like save loading. I don't like restarting from checkpoints. I don't like doing that. Unfortunately, in this instance, I didn't have a choice. I wasn't going to restart this run that's nearly 4 hours in because the AI companion got stuck and I couldn't do anything about it. So that is the only time that you will see a reload in this run, but I just wanted to explain what happened. What I attempted to do, the thought process behind what I attempted to do to fix it, and since none of it worked, that was the last resort.
It might be worth taking a closer look at the house itself.
This well looks familiar. Sebastian, I've seen this before. The house, the well, the view.
What do you mean? When?
Give me... Sebastian, over here. Do you think this was damaged by the fire the night that Anne was cursed?
Could be. But it looks to me as though this was intentional. Look at this.
Someone piled this here for a reason. Is it blocking something?
Only one way to find out.
Lumos. Journal entry of his... Seems these journal entries... You're not going to believe this. I can see the Undercroft.
What? A daydream? Because that happens to me too. But... I'm tempted to hold my breath.
Why hide a triptych here?
Seems as if something's missing.
A note. Let's have a look.
Anything helpful in the note? I'll be in touch. Till then.
Meet me near the ruins of Falbarton Castle. After dark. Do not tell anyone.
All right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to go ahead and interact with the Deary Claw to get feathers. So every time we appease the Deary Claw, we'll get 3 feathers. To use level 2 concentration, it requires 1 feather to put it onto 1 piece of gear. So because I have 6 pieces of gear, I need 6 feathers. So we've got half of them there, and then at some point later in the run, I can't remember when, I'll randomly come back and get the last 3. But we've got the first 3, we'll get the last 3 at some point. And that'll be all the preparation for materials that I need for the final part of the game, where I'll actually slot those in to the gear that I'll actually be doing the final 2 boss fights with.
Now, I expect all of you to... Oh!
Revelio.
Try to put off my stargazing as long as I could. A lot of good that did. How am I supposed to find Sirius when my hands are too cold?
Confringo!
This was his old telescope. Looks practically brand new.
A pristine... The table is on a castle wall ahead. Look for a stone platform, something that doesn't quite belong. We'll know it when we see it. Onwards we go. Some say the locations of the tables were originally marked by centaurs for ritual stargazing. It is nice having a fellow stargazer to explore with. It's not that creepy out here at night, is it? The Gobstones Club are cowards.
Revelio.
A little foreboding.
A few cobwebs and some dust. Nothing to be concerned about.
Oh, of course. It's just not as... tight.
Confringo!
More cobwebs. You don't think any spiders might be like... Look, there's the table.
Oh, no. Not this close to the school, Amit.
The constellation should appear near the center of your view.
Okay, so now that the mission is done, I need to get to the next main mission. And so the way that I'm going to do this is I'm going to head back to Hogsmeade to fly out from Hogsmeade. However, we're going to make a pit stop here to sell all of the beasts that we captured earlier. And again, this is just going to be to boost my money, and you'll see how much money we get from this, and why I advocate for this method as being the best method to make money. So we'll have quite a few here, and you'll see that each one of them is going to sell for 120 gold. And it is going to significantly increase the amount of money that I have.
What beast byproducts might you be looking to acquire? I don't mind selling things for certain clients. You know where to find me.
Alright, not a bad haul out of that.
I'll not mind seeing you here again. Consider yourself welcome.
So from here, I'm gonna head down. We're gonna, or I guess up. But we're gonna grab a few more things, and then I'm gonna head to the outskirts of Hogsmeade, where I'm not restricted from flying. And then from there, we're gonna fly out towards the next mission.
I told you not to go down that path.
For the customer lost a diricle around here. I know we're not supposed to go down there.
Lumos. Abandoned long ago, no doubt. Psst, over here, quietly.
Off on another adventure, are we?
I wonder what that does.
Wingardium Leviosa. Levioso.
I need to find a way into the gatehouse to open the gate for Natty.
Levioso.
That looks as if it might raise the gate.
So something you'll notice here is after I climb up this and I get the chest, I'm going to take it very, very, very slow on my way down, because you can take fall damage in this game. So there are instances like almost at the beginning of the run, there was a point where, if I remember correctly, I was doing a puzzle, and I was in like one of the like trial sections or whatever, and I fell like off the map, and then it respawned me in, right? You don't take damage from things like that. However, if you land from a high surface onto a low surface, one of two things will happen in this game. Either you will take damage or you will die. And obviously both of those would be against the rule set for this run. So as I come off the top of that ledge, I take it very, very slow, because
my guess is that we'll find
like 4 or 5 runs ago, I actually lost a run there because I came off that ledge too fast and hit the ground, and I did like this tiniest sliver of damage to me, and ended my run 4 hours in. So just want to point that out, that you know, like falling off the map, if it respawns you in, that's not against the run because you don't take damage, but there are quite a few areas where you can fall and you can take fall damage, and that screws you, so.
I hope Natty stays out of trouble.
Nothing to poach in Arrowshire except spiders.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Levioso.
Okay, so as soon as I climb up this ledge, we're going to have a dark wizard in front of me, so I want to go stealth. And then we're going to move in, we're going to take this guy out. I'm going to head in here, grab up some of the money and the chest. And then we're going to go stealth again, and we're going to have 3 enemies in front of us. So we're just going to ignore them. I'm just going to run right by them, we're going to pick this lock, and then I'm going to move on.
Natty's having
All right, so we're gonna have an enemy that's gonna pop up and spawn in right when I get to the top of these stairs, and all I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna push him right off the ledge. So we use the pulso to push him off. Then I'm gonna hurry up and get back, go invisible, and go up this ladder and be at the top of this tower. Now what should happen here is I want to pull the guy at the far back, but he's like glitched or something. And so as I aim to pull him, you can see that it hits him, it just doesn't do anything. So now I'm in this like really weird fucking like spot where I'm in combat in an area that I wasn't expecting to be in combat at. So I go invisible, and because there's an object blocking their line of sight to me, my invisibility happens and drops me from combat. And so now what I'm waiting for is the opportunity to try it again, where I'm going to pull them in with Accio, and then I'm just going to let them fall straight down and die. Not even going to fight them. Perfect. And so now what I need is I need the second guy to basically have that white outline saying that he's interactable, and then I can pull him. And as soon as I see that white outline, we're going to pull him and let him suffer the same fate, and then I'll move on.
Alohomora. Highwing. It's all right.
Ah! Whoa! Woo!
There's the Hogwarts Express. Must be returning from an unscheduled run. Hogsmeade, here I come.
A wizard who is being harassed by Hallow. He may be able to provide the evidence we need to take Hallow down. We should speak with him together. Meet me at his home.
I assume you have news regarding the goblin.
So I can't remember if I mentioned this or not, but what you're going to see here is that I'm going in and I'm waiting. And I'm going to do this several times. And the reason for this is after you've waited 4 times in a row, so basically 2 days, right? A day and a night cycle being 1 day, so 2 days have passed. Every vendor in the game will be restocked. So what I'm doing is I'm waiting for those 2 days to restock J. Pippins here, so that I can buy potions from him. Again, this is prepping for the final parts of the game. So that's what I'm doing this for. And then obviously also to sell all this gear so I can free up my bag space so I can pick up more gear. But I can't remember if I mentioned that or not. That was something that you could do, but if you wait 2 days in game time, every single vendor in the game will restock, and this is a good way. Like if you're casually playing the game and you're looking for like a certain look, like a transmog, like clothes look or something, you can go to the clothing vendor and you can just see what he has, and then wait 2 days, and then he'll have new stuff, and you can see what he has there. And it's a nice way, like specifically casually, when you're playing to
underestimate.
to find things that you're looking for. So I just wanted to make sure I pointed that
is
out.
beyond anything I've ever seen, and I've been teaching a long time.
It is a joy to have such a student.
It can be. There you are.
I believe.
Right. My former residence, yes. That castle is also the location of your next trial.
I'm... Not sure how I'd fare in a little place like this.
I may go to Hogsmeade later, stir up some trouble. They need to be over here.
All right, guys. So one of the things that I'm going to have to actually come back and rectify because I messed up was, and again, this goes back to the whole concentration thing just kind of threw my mind off. But I was supposed to capture a creature here that we need for later, and I totally forgot, so I'll have to deviate and come back at some point. But anyways, when we get here, we're going to take out the first guy, as you saw there. Then I'm going to sneak around to the right, and I'm going to defeat these 2 goblins here. Now, after the second goblin's defeated, I'm going to keep moving counterclockwise around this castle. And the reason that I'm doing that is to avoid the enemies, one, that are that would be up ahead if I went the other way, and then 2, because the enemies that are going to spawn in here are coded to spawn in and look that direction, not the direction that I'm coming from. So as I walk in here, you'll see that they'll spawn, and they'll be looking that direction, which means that they'll never see me. So I'm doing this so that I can stay invisible, and I won't be pulled into combat as they spawn in, and then I'll just pull these guys back and defeat them one at a time.
I won't wait until you. Just here.
Here. Wingardium Leviosa.
If I'd known your plan was to dig up harm.
So as soon as this cutscene and dialogue is over, what you're going to see is I'm going to turn around and I'm going to go back up where we dropped into the area at. And then using some very precise jumps, I'm going to jump onto the rooftop of this building that you see in front of me. And what this is going to allow me to do is move all the way down. And then as I drop off this rooftop, I need to move so that I'm behind this cart. And what that's going to do is as the enemies spawn in, because there's an object in between me and them and I'm line of sighted, they drop combat and they can't see me. So this is going to give me the opportunity to move around and head up to the castle without having to engage in combat.
Such arrogance.
I suppose that's the quick way down. Goblin tracks. They're a step ahead of us. Let's see where they lead. Must be it. Store of magic and the source of Ranrock's power.
It looks empty. If they've taken all of it, why are they still here?
Ranrock said there's more to be found, and if he's right about that, it may or may not be located here. Wherever it is, we need to find it before they do. Where is that portrait?
I heard something. I was hoping that was you.
I would join you if I could. I shall...
Wingardium Leviosa. I need to reposition that pillar to climb out of here. Perhaps the archway is the answer. Wingardium Leviosa.
Okay, so for this combat encounter, we're gonna have one big guy, and what I should do here, and I mess it up, I remember messing this up, is basically we want to Expelliarmus, we want to throw, and then basically I want to just stay here and fight him. The problem is I didn't use the aiming of the wand. So once you move a certain distance into the area, you cross like an invisible line, and when you cross that line, it spawns the 4 sentinels in. So what I should have done there after Expelliarmus was aim with my wand manually, and then fight it. That way I could control these enemies spawning in, but what you're seeing here is basically what you need to do. You know, kill the big guy, and then fight the sentinels the way I've fought in every other Sentinel in the game so far. A fairly simple encounter, but I do want to point out the difference between my intended strategy and then actually what happened, because I messed it up.
Wingardium Leviosa. I believe I need to proceed to the left here, but how?
So as I move down here, we're gonna have two of the protectors to deal with. So I'm just gonna go ahead and fight this first one, and because I moved all the way to the left, the one on the right was line of sighted due to the angle of the wall to my position, so he wouldn't be able to see me. So I run through the portal because without doing that I won't be able to see him, which is kind of the whole thing for this this trial, is that there's almost like a mirror dimension. So on one side of it you can see certain enemies, on the other side of it you can see certain enemies, which kind of makes it a pain in the butt, but that's here nor there. Anyways, the point being with those two protectors, you know, move all the way to the left. You could also do the one on the right first, but move all the way to one side of the room and engage one of them, and then move all the way to the other side of the room to engage the other one.
Hitting those marks readjusts the archways. Perhaps there's a way forward from the other side of this one.
So we have two sentinels in here. There's not a whole lot. I just move in here and fight them. Basically Expelliarmus, do a bunch of throws and they're dead. And yeah, there really is no danger here because they should both die before they ever get close enough to be any kind of risk at all. So basically you can just go in there and play the game against those two. There's no real strategy there. Okay, so for the final, I guess the final section for the second trial. So this is gonna be, this is a pain in the ass. Like this one sucks. Again, you have enemies that are invisible, enemies that aren't invisible because some exist in the other side of the mirror, so to speak. So basically what I do here is I focus on what I can see, and then I focus on what I can't see, right? So focus on what you can see to do damage. And then once all of it's dead, go through the mirror and focus on the things that are left. The other thing that I would state here is that I prioritize dodge rolling everything. So much earlier in the run for this for the commentary, I said, you know, at some point I would start dodge rolling everything and I wouldn't block things. This is why. Because you're never gonna really know until the last second what's about to hit you. So for that reason, anytime that anything pops up, I'm probably just gonna dodge roll it. So we run through the mirror there. Now I can see all the enemies. We can do damage to them. And again, I'm just keeping distance from them. Just stay away. I'm not using ancient magic because I want to use it for the boss that we're gonna have to fight soon. And once we get this guy defeated, then we can fight the boss. Alright, so the boss that we're going to fight here is almost identical to the first one that we fought. The only difference with this one is he has a mace attack where he can like take this light mace and swing it and smash it at you. Every other ability that he does here is the same, so I'll deal with him the exact same. So really the only other thing to say on this is how you deal with the mace. So the mace is not something you can dodge, even though the game does, like, it doesn't make it a red attack. Oh, there's the lights that I mentioned earlier. There they are. I couldn't remember if those happened or not, but I'm glad that I got it in the video, or in the run so you guys could see it. But yeah, the mace that he does, the only way you can deal with that is to block it. You can't actually dodge it because the damage propagates the entire area. So as he smashes it here, you have to block it. If you try and dodge roll it, you'll just get hit from the shockwave that emanates from it. So again, the strategy here is I'm just trying to build up Ancient Magic so that I can put him down on one knee. And then all of my spells will do more damage and we can finish him off. So, that was actually a really good fight. Normally when I do this fight, even the first one, I get a lot more of those like light orbs that he throws at you that you have to block. And it's kind of a pain in the butt because they can get lost in all the visuals very easily. So like if you're not paying attention, you'll just get hit by something. You'll be like, what the hell just happened? Which is what happened to me early on, you know, in the process of creating this no damage room. Was I would just get smacked by him and I was like, what the hell just hit me, dude? And I ended up having to go back and really like look at the recording to see what it was. And, you know, since then I haven't gotten hit by it. But yeah, that's the fight. Again, the only new mechanic is just that mace, but it's very, very easy to deal with. So
You're back. And in one piece, no less. Of course.
all right, so this is one of the creatures I told you earlier in the commentary that we would need to go get for one of the assignments. So we're gonna drop down. We're gonna get this purple toad here, and then we'll move over to Poppy to do her quest.
Can you meet me soon? I fear that some of what I uncovered has to do with you.
Levioso. I'll look after you. It's all finished.
I have been asked to teach you the exploding charm, Bombarda. Once you have completed the tasks I've set forth. Speak to me after class.
Okay, so it looks like this is where I decided to go get the last 3 feathers we needed. The concentration level 2 upgrades will slot in at the end of the run. All right, so we're gonna go get Bombarda again. This is a spell that we have to have for one of the late game missions. We're gonna go ahead and get it now because 1, it's available, and 2, it's a very, very good attack spell.
I take it you're ready to...
So we'll go ahead and pick this up, and then we'll move on.
Nice and steady wand movements. Remember, the exploding charm is highly volatile. Well done.
What are you up to now?
What can I do for you today?
Is Highwing all right? Natty told me what the 2 of you did.
Highwing?
This way. A centaur. Tread carefully.
An entire castle to roam, yet you choose to wander here.
Please, we don't want any trouble. We're simply passing through.
Do you take us for fools? That we do not notice more and more of your kind around here, in league with the poachers?
We aren't involved with them. If anything, we want to see them stopped.
I hope for your sake that is true. Our kind is swiftly losing patience with the poachers and those they work with.
He was certainly a charmer.
That could have gone worse. Centaurs aren't exactly fans of wizard kind, and the poachers aren't helping matters.
But why would he think that we had anything to do with poachers?
I did notice the poachers talking with a few villagers in Hogsmeade. I'm not sure why. Perhaps that's why the centaurs are suspicious. That's the 3rd time I've seen a dugbog behave that violently.
It seems that a lot of beasts have been more aggressive than usual lately.
I've noticed that too. It's almost like there's something in the water. This is odd.
What is it?
Not entirely sure, but look around. If the poachers were here, perhaps we can find out why.
This is goblin metal. Seems out of place in a poacher camp.
Anything interesting? I don't have a good feeling about this. How do goblin and poacher interests align?
Look, down there.
Definitely poachers.
All right, so for the enemies that are up ahead of us, the way this strategy, I remember this very vividly because this gets messed up, but what's supposed to happen with this strategy is there's a guy that's pathing back and forth along the bridge.
Hard to say from up here.
And so what I do is I basically just pull him and then let him fall, and he insta-dies. However, for whatever reason, one of the enemies saw this somehow, and I don't know how because his back was turned to me, one. And two, I'd never had this happen before. So this was like really weird, and I wasn't sure what to do, so I just kind of did what I always do when crazy stuff happens that I'm not expecting, and I just like run. So I pull this guy in, and this red shield teleports to me. So I'm just using the knowledge that I know of the game and the AI, and I get to a position where I'm line of sighted with the environment to him. And then I go invisible and I just wait. I'm waiting to see how many enemies come up here. And then obviously waiting for them to disengage and start heading back. And so what I wanted to have happen was as they were heading back, I was just going to go stealth both of them. I know your face now. And if I remember correctly, it didn't work that way. I stealthed one, and then the next guy got pulled into combat with me, if I remember correctly. The important one is that this red cape here, this red shield. So yeah, right here, this guy pulls into combat with me. My spell misses somehow. But regardless, we end up getting him taken out, which is good. I go back stealth, and I'm looking at the mini-map, and I say, okay, the other red marks on the mini-map are none the wiser, so let's sneak past everybody. I'm going to go ahead and break this barrel just to make sure that they look that direction so I can sneak behind them. And then I'm going to go across the bridge and then continue as normal. Since that whole engagement got messed up, and I had to go like full improv there to get past it. So again, normally you would just pull that first guy. He would fall, he would die, no one would be any the wiser, and then you would just sneak past everybody and go across the bridge, but that's okay.
Are those dragons?
So as I come out of the dialogue here, I'm going to go ahead and distract the enemy that's in front of me, and then we're going to go stealth take him down.
Know you're there.
Don't know what Victor was thinking.
And you don't necessarily have to take him out. You can just stealth right through here, but I just do it for safety. So we're going to have two goblins and a wizard in here. We're going to walk right by the goblins, and then I'm going to hug the back wall here. And come up just off this guy's shoulder and take him out. And then I'm going to move up to the ladder and continue on.
Mind a plum job at Gringotts. Suit me sitting around all day. Mind you,
Did you hear those goblins? Ranrok and the poachers must be working together.
Poppy, something's going on behind you.
What's going on down there? Look, they've got a dragon egg. Hebridean from the looks of it. We can't leave it here, not with the plans they likely have for it.
Alohomora. I have the egg.
Ready. The element of surprise will only buy us a few seconds.
Let's make them count.
Okay, so we're gonna go stealth here, and basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull these guys into this area one at a time and fight them. So if you think of the end of the tunnel there is like a doorway, right? The enemies cannot come in here. They can. Like if I pull this guy in here and then don't defeat him, then he's in here. So it's almost like a gateway. Once they're in, they're in. So basically I pull one of them in at a time and defeat them and make sure that they are defeated. And then we'll pull the next one in. But as long as I do this and I stay line of sighted from the enemies, so again, if you draw a line from the enemy to me, they can't see me. As long as I do that, basically we pull an enemy in, defeat it, go invisible, and then rinse and repeat. And that will work every single time. So that's essentially what I'm going to do for every single enemy that's going to pop up, and we'll defeat all the enemies, and then I'll have to step out for the final enemy that's all the way at the back left of the room. Up on like this high ground perch. But aside from that enemy, every other enemy will be defeated in this manner, and then I'll move on. Okay, so as soon as this last enemy is defeated, I have to get back around and out of that room ASAP, because we're going to have enemies that are going to spawn in. And again, because there's a wall between me and them and it's blocking that line of sight, they are automatically out of combat with me, and then we're going to rinse and repeat the exact same mechanic that we did to clear the room of the last set of enemies with this set of enemies. So nothing's going to change, this is all going to be the same.
That warrants a look. Someone's going to regret this.
Confringo! Radiance! Someone there. Levioso! Confringo! I wouldn't give to be a Demogorgon right now.
What was that?
A more hushed approach is likely wise.
bad idea.
I suppose we'll find out.
This way.
Be careful, won't you? I shall see you back at the castle.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go start Professor Weasley's side class assignment. And again, that's just so we can get a spell that that we're gonna really leverage in this run. Specifically, once I hit level 22, and I'm able to get the talent upgrade for transformation. So we're gonna go get transformation, and then we'll move on.
So this is the underground harbor.
Revelio.
Confringo! Oh dear, I shall get in trouble.
That book Professor Weasley asked me to find.
Looking for the book Intermediate.
The death. The Fools.
Revelio.
I put the book back on the pedestal for you.
Revelio. Professor Weasley's tasks.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented flu powder.
Can we meet at the Three Broomsticks? It may finally be safe since we rescued the dragon from Horntail.
Now, you all know what to do.
Perfect.
So what we're going to do now is I'm going to go and do this side quest. This is the side quest. Quite a while ago, we went to that underground herbology area, and I told you we got a leaf off of one of the venom plants that we were going to use to turn in for some experience.
Since our visit to Feldcroft,
This was the side quest. Unfortunately, I screwed myself here because I didn't turn it in. I talked to him to get the quest, and then I forgot to talk to him again to complete it. So later on in the run, I'm going to have to come back. I can't remember where it is, but somewhere in the run, I'm like, why am I lower on experience than I should be? And I was going through my brain, and I was like, damn, I don't think I turned it in. And I remembered, and I had to come back, take a detour to come back to turn it in. So, yeah, very unfortunate, but it happens. This is a very long run with a lot of moving parts, and very easy to forget things. So.
Lodgok. Lumos.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
What can I do for you today? A wise decision. Thank you.
How else? Brett?
And not that la re we he can not he
Greetings, Lodgok.
or
I'll meet.
I shall see you.
Lovely to see you both.
The door is looking at us.
Books so rarely prepare one for reality. A real goblin mine. It's even grander than I had expected. I cannot believe I met a goblin.
Let's just learn what we can and get out.
I still can't believe we're inside a real goblin mine. I've read about mines like this, but seeing one is something else altogether.
Alright, so for the strategy in front, if I remember correctly, this gets messed up, but I think if I remember correctly, at the very end, it starts to work the way that I designed it. But what should happen here is I wanna basically engage on one of these enemies. And kill it, and I want to do it in such a way that I'm line of sighted from the other ones. What happens there, though, is for some reason I'm dumb and I use the wrong spell, and I don't finish him, I don't kill him, so this gets messed up a little bit. But the idea for this, had I done it right, what would happen, and what I believe you'll see at the end of this, if I remember correctly, is if I would have killed that guy, the others would have started to come to investigate. And so right there you can see that one, maybe he's coming to investigate. But anyways, they'll start to, there we go, there's one. They'll start to flow down here to investigate. And what I do is I get on the platform that's behind me, and I pull it so that it's like halfway in between the distance that it travels. So basically I can just pull these goblins one at a time and drop them into the abyss. And so that's the strategy. Unfortunately, like I said, it got messed up here. I believe I do it at the end. I can't remember. But yeah, that's the strategy. That's what the strategy should be. And again, if I remember correctly, you'll see it towards the end.
Rather unwise coming back this way. Just here.
That's the last loyalist. Unfortunate, really. Imagine most goblins to be brilliant and kind. That was a little more than I'm used to.
I'll get us through here safely, Amit. You have my word. Confringo.
Levioso. Here. Wingardium Levioso.
the adventure books I read.
Let's take a look around, Amit. See if we can find any plans.
To be plans around here somewhere. If I'm translating this correctly, and I think that I am...
Alright, so as we move into this section, what I want to do is I want to go over here and I want to take these guys out on the right.
Who's there?
And then I'm going to move back down this left side of the area towards the front. And what I'm aiming to do here is basically light the fire, pull the mechanic that opens the gate, and then just go. I end up deciding to take this guy out. I don't know why I decided to do that, because generally I don't. But anyways, I decide to take that guy out. I always move up to the stairs to light these things, because if I do that, they're always going to go to where the sound is, and they're not going to hear me. So I pulled that lever way too early. I pulled that lever way too early. You have to wait a second for like the water, the juice, the fuel, whatever it is, to get there. You could see it. It's like that yellow liquid that's in the pipe there. You have to wait a second for it to get there before you can pull it. So I pulled it too early, but generally I walk up on the stairs, I light the fire, I pull that thing, and then I just go. And that's pretty much the strat. Alright, so for this section, this gets completely screwed up. I messed this up so bad. So what's going to happen is we're always going to get this goblin on the right that's going to walk over to the stairs. So I take him out, and then I'm going to move up the stairs all the way around the stairs to the archer that's up on the left side here. And I'm going to take him out. And then from here, what the strategy is supposed to be is I move back to the railing here that blocks line of sight. I pick up a barrel, and I throw it at the archer. Or sorry, not at the archer, but at the two guys that are standing here. And then what should happen is that they will now all come to investigate. They should all go to the stairs. What I messed up was I threw a box because I was anxious and trying to move too quick. And I was like, well, they can't see me. Let's just throw objects at them and I can kill them all and do this faster. And it screwed me. So, number one, more enemies spawned into the room. That's the enemies I'm looking at right now. And that's why I was like, why the hell are those there? Basically, the moral of this story is when you have a strategy, don't deviate from that strategy if you don't have to. I threw an extra 2 objects and killed an extra goblin, and it spawned in more enemies, and then they all started going crazy. So the original strategy is I throw that 1 barrel, so they just saw me. So now I don't know what to do. I'm freaking the fuck out at this point. I take a chance of going down here, and with the knowledge that I have of this game and its mechanics and the AI, I say, hey, maybe if I go down here, they won't be able to come follow me. Which is what happens, and I end up killing all of them from here, similar to other strategies that I've done. But the way the strategy should have worked, if I would have just stuck to my guns and done what I do, is that after I throw that first barrel, they go to investigate. But they're trying to investigate where it came from, which is on that bridge area. So they populate to the stairs. Every single enemy will go to those stairs except for the archer that's up at the far left. And so as they do that, they create this path that I can just sneak straight to the back of the room. And so I sneak to the back of the room, I do the mechanic to activate the elevator, and I grab the document and I get the fuck out. That prevents having to fight, that prevents having other enemies spawn into the area. And because I didn't just do that, I made this much harder on myself. So this is not the strategy, this is all improv at this point. But I did want to explain what the strategy should have been and what happened here.
You are postponing. Hello? Afraid to fight? I will make you pay.
Revelio.
Why is it? Let's get this.
Yes, of course. How many of them are there?
That should be the last of them, Amit.
Confringo!
This is not good. They're building enormous drills, bigger than this mine could contain.
Let's get out of here and tell Lodgok what we found.
I need a moment to catch my breath. This was more than I bargained for.
I'm glad you came with me, Amit. Now that we know what they're up to, we can get out of here. We're almost out of here, Amit. Look, the lift.
Can we please talk about... Without further ado, it's you.
I expected Rookwood Castle to be deserted when I arrived to begin my search.
Okay, so now that I'm level 22, I'm going to go ahead and buy up quite a few skills here. So in the spells, we're going to get that upgraded transformation, which is pivotal for this run. I get the upgraded Bombarda, which honestly I probably shouldn't have. I don't really need it. Stupefy, that deals direct damage on hit, which is huge. And then the ability to stealth take out multiple enemies. I get the upgrade for the Venom Plant, and the big one also is I get the upgrade for the Stealth Potion. All of these things that I've gotten from the Room of Requirements set are basically all things that are preparatory for the end of the run. They're not things that I'm going to use before like the final 2 boss fights, essentially.
I thought my owl might pique your interest.
All right, so this is a bit of a long section, guys. Basically, we're gonna have two different sets of enemies here, and my strategy for both sets is just to sneak past them. So essentially, if you just follow the route that I take, you can sneak past both sets, both camps, whatever you want to call it, and you won't have to worry about engaging in combat.
This is going well.
We make a good team.
We do at that.
Once again, we could fight our way through, or be discreet.
You know which one I'd
alternate
choose.
route up ahead.
Sneaking around has its appeal. Quick progress.
Okay, so as we enter the mine, we're going to have two in front of us. We're just going to simply go past these guys. We're not even going to deal with them. We'll just sneak right by them and head to the other side. And once we make it to this shaft, I'm going to go ahead and equip the invisibility potion. And then right as I'm about to go down the slide here, I'm going to pop the potion. And then I'm going to move to my right, grab the platform, put it in spot, and then climb up. And skip this section. The reason I use the invisibility potion there is because I'd say 60% of the time you slide in there, they automatically get alerted to you. About 1 in 3 times you do it, they won't get alerted to you. So the invisibility potion is just a way to make sure that they never get alerted to me. And then I can put the thing into position and then use my Disillusionment to put myself back into stealth before the potion wears off so that they just don't see me and I can just skip it. So once this bridge is fixed, I'm going to go stealth, and we're going to move across this, and if I remember correctly, at around 24 meters from the point that you see there. Okay, that was 25. We'll get the spider that spawns in. Basically, you want to turn your back to it and be ready to move backwards. The spider will do one of two things. Either it'll do what it's doing now, and it'll move to the right, in which I'll just do what I did there, just sneak by it. Or it'll start walking to me. If it walks to me, I basically just go back to the bridge, pull it and drop it off the side of the bridge, and then move on. So either way, we don't fight that spider. So for this, it's very important that we don't do our fast dodge under it, because I want to climb through it and then dodge under both of those so that I have enough time to get through so the spiders don't see me. So for this next section, this is a very technical strategy. It's kind of a pain in the butt. But what we're going to do is I'm going to use Confringo to basically pull all of these enemies here without entering the area. I don't want to enter this area. There's too many goblins, there's too many spiders, too many variables. It's hell to try and do this legitimately. So what I'm looking for is I'm looking for the leader here, which is on the left side. And what I want to do is I want to transform him into a barrel. And then I want to use him to kill as many of the other goblins as I can. Because once we kill, I think it's 3, so we'll pull the commander, and I forgot about this, it didn't work. Okay. It didn't allow me to pull him. But once we kill a couple of them, then the spiders will spawn into the area, and they'll engage with the spiders. And what you'll also notice is I'm popping the invisibility potion so that they don't see me. Because unlike a lot of the other strategies I've shown you, they will come up here. They will all come up here. Not all at the same time, but one at a time they will come up here if they see me. So using the invisibility potion to make sure that they do not see me is pivotal for this strategy. Now, once the enemies, the spiders have come in and both enemy sets are engaging each other, inevitably what will happen is that the spiders will win. And so I'm just going to sit here and wait until the spiders win.
You won't get away with that.
Okay, so now that the spiders have won, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to draw the spiders in so that I can do the normal strat, which is to pull them in, hit them with fire, and then hit them once and they die. The thing is, though, is that the spitter or the shooters, you have to be very cognizant of where they are because, as you saw, they can still attack you from down there if they're too close. Okay, so we took that one out, and now we've got the matriarchs. So, really it's just standing here using your abilities to kill these matriarchs, and I'll pop back in once we get down to the last thing.
Revelia.
Than a jobberknoll.
Okay, so at this point we have one enemy that's left in the room. And as you can see, we had one enemy that was up there on the top left. If you do not enter this room with at least one enemy, the game will bug. And what I mean by bug is the game won't consider you having cleared the room. So that's spider right through the wall right there. If you don't drop down into this room, they won't consider that you cleared the room. So then you'll just be stuck in this room. And even if you reload from checkpoint, it won't do anything. So if you use my strategy here, you have to understand that you have to leave at least one spider alive, and that you will have to enter the area and actually fight it for the game to consider the objective complete.
Sebastian, I think I found something. A canvas piece.
Brilliant. Our efforts weren't in vain after all. Still, something about this place feels odd. This place is odd, to be sure. But I'm fascinated by it. Now. And now for the moment of truth.
It has to fit. Please tell me you recognize the location in this bit of canvas.
The good news is I do, in fact.
And the bad news?
We're in for more trouble.
A friend...
Unbelievable.
Alright, so we're about to enter the point of the run that I call the XP grind. I'm gonna do something on the XP grind that I hate doing, but it takes so much time to grind experience in this game. So what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna do this side quest for her, and if I remember correctly, right after this is where I was like, I didn't turn in that quest for that kid and give him the leaf. So if I remember correctly, we're going to go back, we're going to give him the leaf, and then we're going to teleport to like north of Hogsmeade, and I'm going to go down to this like swamp area. When we get there, I will explain what I'm doing, but that is where we'll do the actual XP grind for whatever XP we have left to achieve to get to level 23. So I'll pipe back in once we get to the swamp.
That's the last book. Now to take them back to Cressida. Hey.
Thank goodness.
Have you found anything to, prove my bravery yet? Thank you for all of your help.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide. I've most
Okay, so what we're going to do here, guys, is we are going to grind kills to gain experience as quickly as possible. And the way that I'm going to do this is I am going to put the game on story mode. So there are some caveats with this. I can only fight one type of enemy while I'm doing this. I cannot fight any other type of enemy, which is going to be the Dugbog. And basically, if I get hit here or if I get engaged in combat, I have to fight. I can't like run away or use a potion or anything like that. And that's just me making myself feel better about putting the game on story mode. And the only reason I'm putting the game on story mode is to basically one-shot kill these enemies. So the first two Dugbogs I'm fighting here, I will not be able to one-shot kill. But every Dugbog after this, I will be able to one-shot kill. And so each one of these that I kill, I get 50 experience, which is massive. So there's a predetermined route that I'm going to follow through this area. And I'm basically just going to sneak up to these Dugbogs and hit them. Now, on story mode, there's not a huge difference between combat mechanics as far as line of sight, you know, when you're stealthed, when they can see you, things like that. So the risk between story mode and hard mode is just in how long it takes to kill them. So I've turned the difficulty down so that I can do this, which you're about to see, and that is 100 XP. Which, if you think about it, like a page for your field book is 80 XP. Most missions that you do are 180 XP. So, like the side missions anyway. So, basically, every 2 to 3 of these I kill, I'm doing a side quest. And it's that quick. So that's the reason why I chose to do this, was to just get to level 23 as quickly as possible so then we can continue on. Generally, I wouldn't do this. I don't like changing difficulties in the middle of a run. But it's also not my fault that they make you grind experience out and you don't get the required experience you need just by playing the main story. So, that's a wolf. We're not going to fight the wolf. So there was a dark wizard that popped up here that was fighting the Dugbogs. That's why they have some health loss. And again, for my rule set, I said I can only do the Dugbogs. I can only hit the Dugbogs. And so that's what you're going to see here. Now, after I make this loop around the swamp, what I'm going to end up doing is going back to the fast travel point, and I'm going to wait 4 in-game days. So that's waiting 8 times. So 4 in-game days is as much time as it takes for the enemies to respawn. However, I told you guys earlier that if you waited 4 days, or sorry, if you waited 4 times, which is 2 in-game days, all the vendors respawn their stock. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take advantage here and kind of play 2 sides of the same coin. So I'm going to wait 2 in-game days, then we're going to go to Hogsmeade, and I'm going to buy up a bunch of stuff, again in preparation for the final section of the game. And then I'm going to come back, wait 2 more in-game days, and then go kill the Dugbogs again. And this second round of going and killing the Dugbogs will give me the experience I need to get to level 23. And then I'll change the game difficulty back to hard mode, and then we'll continue on with the main story, the main campaign.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
Come on in. Healing potions are a speciality here, should you need any. A wise decision. Thank you. I hope to see you again.
Hello?
Huh.
Would you mind helping a poor witch?
Oh.
You there, can you help me?
Around Feldcroft or something.
can't imagine how inconvenient travel...
Deke would like to talk with you when you have a moment.
Off on another adventure, are we?
We have everything a young student might need when it comes to potions. Have a good look around. A wise decision. Thank you. I hope to see you again.
Welcome back. Hello. It's Hogwarts.
As you know, I was headmistress in my time.
Fig will know what to do. Professor Fig!
Now to find the headmaster's house elf.
Professor, a moment of your time. Now,
When I witness what passes for magic in these halls, I simply mourn.
What could the headmaster want?
I wonder almost daily why I...
Professor Black, how are you?
If you must speak with me, consult my secretaries or what...
Professor, a word?
Good idea.
What did we do to deserve him as a head?
Stand proud, purebloods. The future is yours.
I hope it's not about anything I've been doing.
Chewing with your mouth open? Where are your manners?
Professor, a word, please. wonderful job. Leeway for Professor Fig? I shall never understand that man.
That ought to give Professor Fig some...
Scrope's as hard a worker as any.
How? It's...
The polyjuice potion's wearing off. I best get out of sight. Made it just in time. It's wearing off.
Fig was right. I can't believe it worked. Now, to speak the password to the gargoyle.
Anything to do with the dark art should be avoided. It's too risky.
Revelio.
Anything to do with Salazar Slytherin is worth the risk.
I can't agree. And I'm not forward.
Revelio. Alohomora.
What do we have here? A demiguise. Lumos.
It's me,
Levioso.
Gareth. Do you have a moment?
Revelio.
Levioso. Confringo. Accio. Handy handy resource indeed, your field guide. Revelio.
Having to solve things.
Revelio.
Bit much, I'd say. Oh, someone prod.
The gargoyle. That's where I need to speak the password.
Revelio. Toujours pure.
I wonder if all the elite wizarding families have a motto.
Revelio. Has this been under the headmaster's? That must be the pedestal.
Alright, so we're about to enter the third trial, which is the Deathly Hallows. I consider this the second hardest part in the entire game.
Where am I?
And it's simply for the combat section that's at the end of the Elder Wand portion of this trial. I'll go into greater detail when I get to it. But this first section is basically all stealth. It's very highly scripted. As long as you just kind of pay attention and do what I do, you'll get through this without issue. What I will say that I don't think I've mentioned before is that when you're stealthed, and I was doing it a lot, and I forgot to mention it during the XP grind when we were killing the duck bogs, is that if you jump, you actually move faster in stealth than if you just sprint in stealth. So you'll see that a lot of the time when I'm invisible, sneaking, I'm going to do this jump like bunny hopping, and that's just so I can get through areas quicker. But anyways, I will pipe back in once we get to the Elder Wand part of this and the strategies therein.
I see. A staircase straight ahead. The ladder. Perhaps they won't be able to find me if I go up there. I'd best move while I can. Neve must be here somewhere. Too many. I must cross this road as fast as I can. That's where I need to go. But I need to find a way past them. Nothing this way, but more danger. There must be another way to find you. Turn back. There's no getting past them now. Closed tight. That doorway looks like the only safe way forward. Now's my chance. That's the way forward. Can this be? I think I'm invisible. See me at all. I can get closer to them. This is the way forward. Finally free. Now, where are you, Neve?
You have outrun death thus far, but have yet to find me. Keep searching, but this time you will be unable to hide. Wield the wand you see before you. Do not squander its extraordinary power.
I've never felt such power.
Okay, so as we approach the castle or whatever this thing is up here, we're gonna get a bunch of enemies that spawn in. Basically, we're just gonna use our abilities and kill them. We're not gonna do anything special, anything fancy. We're just gonna fight them. What I will say though is that Descendo and Bombardo are the two best skills for the strategies that you're about to see. Because they're the only ones that can propagate through an object when you utilize it. So I'm going to break this cart because I'm going to stand basically the entire time for this next set of enemies in that location. And I'm going to break the pillars here so that I've got a better view over the courtyard here. So I'm going to walk out, and then as the enemies spawn in, I'm going to go back and stand right up against this wall. And all we're going to do is we're going to do what I call pieing the corner, where we just slightly poke ourselves out and use our abilities again. Descendo and Bombarda are the only abilities that really work well for this, because they don't like interact with like the wall, for example. So I'm just going to slightly edge myself out, and I'm also looking at the mini-map a lot here to kind of gauge how many enemies are left, how close they are to me, things like that. So I'm just going to take it very slow, and this is the entire strategy. Now once we get done killing these, we'll get some more that'll spawn in, some that'll be like right in front of me. And so basically I'm just going to take them out from right to left as they spawn in. So that's all I'll say about this section. This is literally all there is to it. Is taking it slow and just keeping to the corner and just slightly edging out to take them out 1 or 2 at a time.
Bombarda! Descender!
Alright guys, so I told you guys that the last section of the Elder Wand is what I consider the second hardest part of the entire game. And here's why. So there is no strategy to this section. You are in an enclosed arena, and you have to fight 3 different enemy variants all at the same time. And it is very, very, very difficult to juggle and manage all of these, because sometimes on hard mode, these abilities will overlap. So what I will say is that your priority order here is to kill the trolls first and foremost, because enemies do not stop spawning into the area until the trolls are dead. After that is going to be the mongrels, so like the wolves. That won't spawn in until phase 2, so this is still phase 1 of the fight. After we kill the second troll and then we kill all of the reapers around, then it'll pull into phase 2. And then we'll have to deal with the mongrels. But this, God, I don't really know what else to say here. This is literally like, how good are you at the game? Like, how fast is your reaction time? How quick do you see things? And do you understand the mechanics? This is a very, very difficult section, no damage. So I'll just leave it at that, guys. You will notice that as I come into phase 2, I'm already targeting, looking for the mongrel. The mongrel is honestly what makes this phase difficult. Like phase 2 difficult is the damn mongrels, because they attack you so fast. Like they do this lunge attack and it just fucking comes out of nowhere. The other problem with trolls is that when they do the red attack, see, look at that. That attack is so stupid. But the trolls, you can't dodge trolls like you dodge everything else, because they will actually teleport to you. It's not like a true teleport, but it feels like a teleport. Where when they go to do a swing, like their red attack swing, if you do the normal dodge roll, you're fine. If you do the dodge roll where you go like a huge distance, the upgraded dodge that I have from the talent tree, if you do that, they will actually get pulled to you very, very quickly. And it feels like a teleport. Like they just like show up right on top of you to do the second one. And 9 times out of 10, you'll get hit. So because that interaction with the trolls exists, you have to kind of tie one of your hands behind your back in what you're allowed to do, and that you can't do that like really far dodge, because it will get you hit. So yeah, anyways, that's all I'll say about that section. That is a very, very difficult section. And like I said, I think that is the second hardest section in the entire game, to no damage. Just slightly beat out by Ranrok, and I'll go over why that is when we get to the final boss fight of the game.
You are far from
She's gone.
Dear sweet.
May her memory be a treasure to us forever.
You found me, but you cannot undo what has been done. The magic of the stone can only conjure a shadow of my former self. But there is no light without shadow, as there is no shadow without light. Simply because you can eliminate darkness does not always mean that you should. Remember that as you witness my memory.
Is it?
I was...
Betsy.
Deke would like to talk with you when you have a moment.
Hogsmeade, here I come.
So bitterly about your goblin friend. I apologize. I hope we can finish what we started with the triptych. Please meet me at the southern coast.
You're worrying far too much. Nobody's looking at you.
Look at that boy.
Why did you buy me a second pair? I hate
all
these
out
socks.
for the new socks, so if your feet are smelly, you'll have to work it out for yourself.
I'd rather have no socks than be dancing like this.
You're not dancing, you're exercising.
Father, why is he dancing?
See? And you said the charms come out in the wash.
You won't be disappointed. That's a Gladrax promise.
Just like your father. Anyone would think you had an affliction.
Has he been cursed?
Oh, please.
I suspect you have a sharp eye for fashion. Be sure to stop by whenever you're about.
When you pay for your own socks, then you get to choose. Until then, you'll learn to be thrifty and behave. You're starting to cause a scene.
Papa, can we really wash charms out of these?
Don't be absurd. That woman will say anything to avoid spending her canals. I suspect you have a sharp eye for fashion.
All right, so we have to sneak our way, so to speak, to the other side of the map, the open world. And earlier I was telling you guys about the chest that I picked up, and I got concentration out of it, and blah, blah, blah. And I told you I'd only ever once got lucky and gotten concentration out of a chest before. And I told you guys there was a chest like much later in the run that is where I got it from. So this chest that I'm about to go open is the one that I was describing to you earlier. This is the one that I had gotten it from the only other time I had ever gotten it. This time I got Manipulation 1, which is utter crap and I can't use. But yeah, I just wanted to point that out. That's where I got it. So we're just going to sneak right by this goblin, take him out, and then just keep going. For these goblins up ahead, I'm just going to sneak past them on the far left here, just doing some well-timed jumps. For these two goblins, we're going to sneak right up the middle of them and just ignore them. And then for these two goblins, I'm going to go up the left, and this guy will always start to see me. And as long as you're moving fast enough with a purpose, you'll be able to get by and they won't see you. I don't really need that fast travel point. I just go in there to make sure that they can't see me. So we come out of there and take out those two guys. Then what we're going to do is we're going to move up here, and now the goblin on the left will move from left to right. So generally I take him out and then just keep moving. And then the only other goblin that's usually a pain in the butt is this one right here. Sometimes I can get him to like go over to where I like shot at, but most of the times I can't. And so what I have to do is I have to pull this guy down to a position where he's far enough away, and then I can just go around him. Now the little mini boss here usually isn't here. Usually he's on the left side of the area. But in the rare event that he is there, you just kind of like make him face to the right and then you're good to go. So I actually forgot to get a page there. I realized that later on in the run, but there's a book page there we could have gotten. Not that it really matters, but
Long ago, no doubt.
at this point, experience, like XP doesn't matter anymore. It's just about prepping for the final part of the game. But anyways, we're gonna go all the way down to this mission, and one of the things I forgot to do, and I didn't realize it until later, is a little bit up here before we get to the next mission objective with talking with Sebastian. There's a fast travel point that I was supposed to get, and it completely slipped my mind during the run. I forgot to get it. So later on, I have to go all the way back to the fast travel point where we first started flying back there, where I said I forgot the page. I have to go from there and then go all the way to where I need to go, which takes longer, obviously, but it's whatever. It's not a speed run, so it doesn't matter.
Nothing pleasant about this coast.
Alright, so we're going to talk to Sebastian, and as soon as we get done, we're going to make our way up this cliffside.
We don't have a choice.
And there's going to be like a camp with quite a few enemies up here. And so my solution to these enemies is obviously to sneak past them. I'm not going to fight them. But instead of going up the cliff or up the road and using Disillusionment to sneak past them, I'm just going to climb the cliffside and just skip the entire area altogether. So we're going to climb up here, and that will skip and bypass all of that, and then we can just keep going forward.
Not everyone does.
I know that.
All right.
I'm making small talk. I'm not going to trek up this mountain in silence.
So for the enemies that are coming up, I have this this really cool strategy that I stumbled onto when I messed up my old strategy, which is what we're going to do is we're going to sneak up here, and you're going to see that there's a gate, right? And to the right of this gate is a tree, and then like this wall, this broken wall. So I'm going to put myself in this exact position, and I'm going to kill every single enemy from right here through the wall, and they will never be able to see me. It's a little finicky, like you're like trying to get the game to target the enemies. but they will target the enemies through the wall, and you will be able to fight the enemies through the wall, while the enemies will never be able to look at you. Which is just an amazing damn strategy, and I'm really grateful that I stumbled onto it. What had happened was when I was doing my old strategy of pulling the enemies back, similar to like a lot of the other things you guys have seen me do. One of the enemies got into this weird position and threw something at me, or like tried to attack me, and I dodge rolled over to here. And when I stood up, I realized that they couldn't see me anymore and that I could see them. And I was like, I think I can make a strategy out of that. And thus this was born. And this is what I've used ever since. So this is literally all we're going to do. There are 2 archers in the background. So once we kill these, we'll move forward and I'll explain it.
Not quite. I've been fighting since before you were born. You have survived this I will make you pay.
You are terribly outmatched. Surely you can see that.
Who's that?
We must remain unseen.
Confringo!
I will make you pay.
If only more silent as a grave.
Okay, so now that everyone's defeated, we just have the 2 that are left. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move to the right here, and I'm going to go ahead and grab this barrel and kill this first guy. Then we're going to use transformation on the second guy, and that'll take care of him, and then I'll get some stuff here, and then we'll move forward. Now, I do want to point out that the chest that's in here that I'm about to get is another place where you could potentially get concentration. But I end up getting herbology level 1, so again, useless for this run, but did want to point that out. Alright, so we have 2 enemies at the top of this cliff, and if you do this just right, you'll be able to pull these guys down and fight them one at a time. Which is what I'm looking for right here. So we're just going to pull down and fight him. And once in a blue moon, the second guy will teleport down here. If he does, just use transformation on him. That's the easy way to deal with him. Otherwise, you'll pull the second guy down and deal with him just like that.
All of Ranrok's loyalists deserve the same fate. Nice work.
Okay, so as we approach the final goblin camp here, this is very scripted. It actually works very well every time the same way. So what we're going to do is as we approach, I'm going to climb up the right side of these rocks. And I'm going to wait for the goblin that's walking to stop by the goblin that I'm looking at. And as soon as they're together, I'm going to walk up, hit one of them, and that'll take out both of them because of the upgraded skill that I have. We'll move over, take out this guy. Then we'll move all the way over and we'll take out this guy. And then we can just either throw an object or transform this guy, which is what I usually choose to do. Odd that it didn't let me throw it that time. But yeah, anyways, you can deal with that last guy however you want. Transform is probably the safest, just because it immediately stops him from being able to do anything to you.
Safe travels, my young friend.
But anyways, once that's done, we'll move on. And I'm not sure why I got that fast travel. I don't need it. Alright, so as we make our way into the cave, as we come out of this tunnel, we're going to have a bunch of spiders that are going to pop up. We are going to run right by them. We're going to ignore all of these spiders, and I'm just going to move all the way down.
These spiders are determined to make a meal of it.
We're just going to keep doing this all the way down. Now, once we get to here, I need to go invisible. The spiders actually can follow you this far. So going invisible quick enough will break line of sight. They won't be able to see you, whatever, and then we can move forward. So here I'm just taking it slow, making sure that no spiders, no baby spiders come out of these sacks.
Look at this place.
All right, so in this next section, we're gonna go ahead and change up our skill set just a little bit because we're gonna have a bunch of spiders to deal with.
My style. A bit much if you want.
And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop down in this area, let them spawn in, and go right back up. And then what I'm gonna do is very similar to the last time we fought a bunch of spiders from like a high ground. We're gonna do the exact same thing. The only difference is this time I have transformation, which makes things a lot easier. So we'll fight every single spider from up here, doing the same methods that I've already taught you and explained in detail. So once we get past this, I'll pipe back in on the next section.
Revelio.
Silent as a grave.
Incendio. Avada. Confringo.
Bingo. Sendo.
Confringo.
Levioso. Confringo.
Bombarda.
Bingo.
Confringo.
Confringo. Levioso. Confringo.
Confringo. Bombarda.
Sendo. Confringo.
Confringo. Bombarda.
Confringo. Sendo.
Quietly now.
Getting through the cavern can't have been the only challenge. Perhaps we should search for runes.
Can't get out of here quick enough.
Alright, so up ahead we're going to have to fight a troll and a bunch of spiders. And so before we go into this area, I'm going to slowly move forward and break this wall. Then I'm going to enter the area. Now as soon as the cutscene here concludes, as soon as I skip it, I'm going to immediately run to my left and enter the room that I broke the wall in front of. What this allows me to do is the troll and the spiders cannot come in here. So what should happen, and I remember this clear as day because I was like, wow, that's never happened before, is that the troll actually got stuck. Somehow he made it through the doorway and got stuck, like, in the doorway, which made it so that he couldn't throw rocks at me. So the normal strategy is he never makes it through the archway. And so what he does is he stands outside of the archway, and he throws rocks in here. I hit him with the rocks, which stuns him, and allows all of my abilities to do much more damage. But because he got stuck here, I couldn't do that. And at some point, he will break free of that. And I think the problem is that Sebastian is blocking. So now he's broken free of it, so now I can do the strategy the way that it was designed. Which is to stun him, and then you'll see the damage that my abilities do now. And we're just going to rinse and repeat that. And then once the troll is defeated, then I'll focus on fighting the spiders in basically the same way that we've been fighting all the other spiders.
Nice teamwork.
Nothing like an angry troll to bring friends together.
Reparo.
Revelio.
That was a piece of work.
More than one.
Confringo.
Wingardium Leviosa.
I'm out of breath after all of those stairs, but the view, well worth it. Another barrier.
Bombarda.
Almost as good as if I'd done it myself.
Revelio.
This place can't have belonged to only Isadora.
But the triptych pointed us here. Another rune symbol.
Bombarda.
Feels as if I should be fluent in runic language by now. Could this be another area Isadora created?
Isadora must have honed her skill with ancient magic here. Revelio. The final canvas piece to the triptych. We've done it!
It's... Perhaps completing the triptych will shed some light on this. I cannot believe the journey this triptych took us on.
This is it.
Don't keep me in suspense. Go on, place it.
Why did the keepers want to keep Isadora quiet? Why destroy her portrait?
Deke would like to talk with you when you have a moment.
I've always said that travel...
One of Ranrok's drills in a mine along the shore. I intend to destroy it. I'm tired of trying to reason with him. You're welcome to join me, but if I don't see you there, I will reach out when I return. I have something to give you.
Lodgok's getting himself into more danger than he realizes. I'd better find him.
Okay, so this is where I told you guys earlier, one, I forgot a page. And two, that because I forgot to get a fast travel point, we'd have to start back here and then go all the way back. So that's what we're doing. Normally you would get the fast travel point that's much, much closer prior to the last mission, and then we would start there and then go. Again, it doesn't matter, it's not a speed run, but just pointing it out. Alright, so as we approach the area, I'm going to get the fast travel point that's over here to the left because we will be revisiting this again for the 4th trial. I'm going to go invisible, and there's going to be a troll that's like basically right in my way here. I'm just going to sneak right by him. If you need to shoot at the wall, that's probably the better thing to do anyways. You can do that. That'll pull his attention. You can just go right by him.
Could be some of Ranrok's loyalists and... no sign of Lodgok out here. He must be inside already.
So as we enter the area, we're going to have 2 goblins that are going to be up ahead of us. All that I do here is I'm going to pull their attention to the left,
have to keep my
and then I'm going to walk up and use the mine cart.
Just like Gringotts, but I'm in the driver's seat this time.
Something seems wrong.
How deep will this take me?
Ranrok's gonna be pleased with our progress. Who was on that car? Enjoy some rehab with his car, will ya?
That has to be the end up ahead.
So for this next area, we're going to have quite a few enemies ahead of me. What I'm going to do here is I'm simply going to sneak right by them. So if done fast enough, you can pull this off. If you don't do this fast enough, you won't be able to. I mean, you could pop an invisibility potion and it would work. But that enemy right there that was looking at me will start to path, and you'll see it on the minimap. As I'm pulling this, you'll see he starts moving like in this direction. And so basically you just want to get this lift up here, and then see right there he's moving from left to right now. So because I'm on the lift and I'm moving now, he won't be able to see me. But if you do it fast enough, you can get by that. If there's any problems, just pop an invisibility potion, you'll be alright. But that'll be this section. So going into the next section, what I'm going to do is I'm going to plant myself right up against this post. And we are going to defeat every single enemy, for the most part, right here. And we're going to take advantage of the fact that their vision will not, like their AI vision will not be able to see me before I can do that. So I'm going to fight every enemy, and I'm going to make them walk right by this so that they're perpendicular to me, and I'm able to engage them before they can ever see me. And it will instantly take them out, and then draw in the next guy, and then draw in the next guy. And we'll just keep doing that until essentially they're all defeated. So that's all I'll say about this area. At the very end, there will be 2 of them that we'll have to deal with, but those are very simple.
Or wizard will be spared.
Wait a moment. Oi! Pass that fire whiskey over here. You have to learn. There's a grapple, you are. Hello? I've never seen a sword like it. Who's that?
Who's there?
Sworn.
Lucas, don't tell us.
So what I do want to note about these two goblins is this was the first time ever. This was the first time ever that those two were looking away from me. Every other time I've done a run, they've always been looking towards me. And so what I do is I just transform one of them and throw the bomb and hit the other guy, and they both die. So that was a little weird, but it was welcomed because that made my life easy.
Another drill.
Okay, so this section's pretty fun. Very technical. I'm very proud of my strategy for this section. So when we come out of this cutscene, we are going to have a troll and a massive amount of goblins.
I have to destroy the drill and stop Ranrok's
What the strategy is going to be for the goblins is I'm going to pull every single goblin to this side of the room and take them out. That is all I will say right now on this. I will explain the troll once all of these goblins are defeated.
What was that? Hello? Someone there?
Lucas, don't tell us.
Go and patrol. Who's that? Someone there? Wait a moment. Someone out there? Show yourself, if you're there. What's going on out there?
Lucas, don't tell us.
Afraid to fight? Nothing over here. Who's there? Why, it's a grapple, and you are. What was that? Hello? Who is it? Someone there? Goblins will find it. Who's that? Someone there? Wait a moment.
Alright, so that's the last goblin. So now we have the ranged goblin, we have the troll. So what I want to do here is I want to put myself so that the post is blocking line of sight to the troll. And then I want to pull an explosive barrel and hit the archer. Now I messed this up because I was a little bit too close to the pole. But we got it the second time. So now what I want to do is I want to get right up against this pole. And I want to take a barrel and I'm going to throw it at this troll and then move forward. All the way up against the pole. In so doing that, this troll is now engaged but cannot see me. He has no path to me. He has no idea where I am. And the game is like, I don't know what to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to sit here and just fight him this way. Now, you could potentially, like, if I wouldn't have used that one barrel and messed up, you would have had that. So yes, you would have been able to throw an extra barrel. But for the most part, you're going to do it this way. And you can see it does almost no damage. It's so small, the damage that you're doing. But this is the safest way to fight the troll. Because if I pop out and let him throw rocks at me and let him charge at me and let him do all that, that's just adding variable risk. Whereas in this method, I don't have to do anything but stand still, take some time. I think this takes 2.5 minutes to kill this thing. But take my time and just kill this thing safely. Because we are literally, I think at this point, we're about an hour away from the end of the game. So any reduction in risk that I can manage, I'm going to take, because this is a long-ass run. So, this is what you'll see. Feel free to skip forward if you want, but it's just going to be this until he's dead.
Lodgok, dead by his brother's hand. No wonder he tried so hard to reason with him. Now to get out of this blasted place. I'll send word to Fig to meet me in the map.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
Hello there. In the market for potions, are we? What can I do for you today? I hope to see you again. Farewell for now. What can I do for you today? I hope to see you again. Farewell for now.
All right, so earlier I was buying potions, and what I forgot to do was I forgot to buy some Maxima potions. We're about to go into the 4th trial, and the boss that we have to fight in the 4th trial is one of the only places where I really get to use the Maxima potion and show off the effect of both the potion and the
What can I do for you today?
the ability.
Wise decision. Thank you.
Now the other thing that you'll see that I got there was I got a Thunder Brew potion because much earlier when I was doing the skill point grind, or sorry, not the skill point grind, the XP grind, there is a classroom assignment for one of the spells that we want to get here that I forgot to do the prereq for, which is that you have to hit an enemy with a Thunder Brew potion. So when we got done doing the like killing all the Dugbogs, what I should have done was put it back to hard mode, come over here, sneak up behind this wolf, and then use the potion so that I complete that prerequisite so I could get that spell. So I messed that up, but we're going to rectify that here. And then we'll go back to Professor Sharp. We'll get this spell. I've got my Maxima potions that I forgot to get for the trial fight, or the 4th trial fight. And then once I get this spell, we'll be all set and ready to go, and then I'll be back on track. But just wanted to point out that I kind of messed up the routing here and stuff like that, but it's okay.
Have you finished your assignments?
Yes.
Focus. Defendo can be dangerous if you're not paying attention.
So the reason why I'm getting Defendo, I kind of alluded to it earlier, but at least in my experience, Defendo is the highest damaging spell that you will get in this game. It does the most damage, baseline damage. So without you like getting a bunch of upgrades or traits for a different spell or whatever, right? But it does the most damage. It has a fairly long cooldown, but it does the most damage. And we're going to leverage that very heavily in the 4th trial boss fight, in the Rookwood fight, in the Ranrok fight. Basically everything that follows here where it's very much needed.
I need to tell him and the Keepers that Ranrok knows.
According to the owl I received, Ranrok is moving more quickly than we could have anticipated.
This is grave news indeed. We had hoped for more time to discuss the best path forward.
Let us hear what the student has to say.
Sure.
The next trial will involve an exceptional level of magical skill and a nuanced ability to interact with beasts. Find a face of stone.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and grab my last couple of talents. So this talent will be for the Focus Potion. Because you're going to see, I think I was saying Maxima earlier, I meant Focus. It just dawned on me. But the Maxima Potion is not what we needed. It's the Focus Potion is what we needed for the 4th trial boss. The Maxima Potion is what we need for the end of the end of the game when we're doing all the Ranrok stuff and the
nice to see you, my young
the Rookwood fight. So anyways, now that we have that skill for the Focus Potion, I've got, I think it's 2 Focus Potions at this point, because I won't really use Focus Potions beyond this. We'll use both of them strictly for this Trial 4 boss. We're going to head over and talk to Professor Fig, then we'll head over to the boss fight. I will chime back in at the boss fight and talk to that boss fight then.
I would say that Irondale is not.
Confringo! I've always said...
You're here.
If...
We'll have our paths carved.
Mine's Rook. What are we even doing?
This must be the place. Very well. Lord of the Shore, show yourself.
Alright guys, so this is honestly probably my favorite boss fight in the game because it feels like a boss fight. It's just you and the boss, and it has like pretty cool mechanics. So the gist of this boss fight, and the thing that I like about this one, anytime you see the Graphorn glow around his head and his stomach, that's when the attack is coming. So I'm gonna be quiet, I want you guys to watch that. There's a glow. There's a glow. So you can see the point, right? Now what I'm doing right now is I've popped the focus potion, and with the talent that allows me to basically extend the duration of it every time I cast an ability, we're just casting non-stop. So that was the reason I got the focus potions. That was the reason I got the skill. So we're going to do that again in phase 2. Now in phase 2, attacks cycle slightly differently. It will do 3 attacks versus 2 attacks. And it will cycle those in kind of a different cadence. So there's one. He should do another one. That's what I'm waiting for. There's the second one. Then you should do a third one. There, now we can pop our focus potion and just go super hardcore into it. And this is like one of the most gratifying fights in the game for me anyways, because it's like, you know, you're hitting all these buttons, you're doing all of this stuff. You have to focus not only on hitting all your abilities, but also watching for when the grappling glows so you know when the dodge needs to happen. And because of all of that, there's a lot of visual clutter, so when you pull it off like this and it just looks so clean, it's very satisfying. But that's the boss fight. So that's my approach to it, and that's how I get through it.
I need your help, friend.
Time to go a little quicker.
Poachers. Let's see how the Lord of the Shore feels about his neighborhood being invaded. It'll take more than this to stop the Lord of the Shore.
Nothing here. Expulso!
This could prove dangerous if I'm not careful. We're crossing that bridge whether you like it or not.
Is that you, Royland? Yeah, just a lost moon card.
Time for you all to clear out.
Shouldn't be here. Rookwoods don't go down easy.
Professor
All right, so we are absolutely 100% in the end game now. Basically, what we need to do at this point is we have the Rookwood fight, we have the Keeper's Cavern leading up to the Ranrok fight, and then we have the Ranrok boss fight. So at this point, I am going to get every potion that I think I'm going to need. I'm going to spend basically all my money and upgrade gear. I'm going to put the traits in for concentration. I am going to set myself up as best I can to then go through the remaining 30 minutes or so, 30 to 40 minutes of this game with the best possible stats that I could get. So that's what you're going to see right now.
What can I do for you today? A wise decision. Thank you. I hope to see you again. Farewell for now.
I beg your pardon, but...
Plenty for your perusal today. Take your time. You won't be disappointed. That's a Gladrag's promise. I suspect you have a sharp eye for facts. Be sure to stop by whenever you're about. I suspect you have a sharp eye.
There's Ollivander. I hope he can help me cross. Keeper's wand. Hello, Mr.
I'm afraid you're on your own. I've ensured that we have a moment to ourselves. Oh, come, come. No need for such theatrics. In light of what Ranrok now knows, you must agree that our interests are aligned.
Our interests will never be aligned.
You would let goblins take what is rightfully ours? The final repository belongs to wizard kind. We would be fools not to work together. What's that you've got there? Might this sudden visit to the Wand Maker have something to do with our mutual pursuit?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
That repository is my birthright!
Charles Rookwood wouldn't have wanted you near it.
The arrogance. Should have known better than to try and reason with a child. I've always said, children should be seen and not heard.
All right, guys. So we're getting ready to go do the Ranrok, or the Rookwood fight. Sorry, the Ranrok. Jesus. So this is probably the 4th hardest section in the game, and what I'll say about this section is that it's very much you needing to know what to dodge and how to do it. So as soon as we start, I'm going to run over, we're going to get 2 yellow shields. I'm going to transform the first yellow shield and throw it at the second yellow shield. The priority for all of these phases is shielded enemies first. Okay? So in phase 1, which is what we're in right now, I take out those 2 yellow shields, and those will be the only shields that we have to deal with. Every other enemy inside of this in this fight, in phase 1, will only be able to attack me with basic attacks. So I don't have to worry about yellow attacks, i.e. basic attacks versus red attacks. However, in phase 2, that's not the case. In phase 2, we have a mix of both. So in phase 2, the way that it's going to work is it's going to be prioritize colored shield enemies to get them down. Then I need to prioritize the enemies that are going to be on the high ground shooting red attacks at me. Any attack that gets used against me in phase 2, I have to dodge roll. Okay, because I don't want to have to think, is it a red attack, is it a normal attack? I don't want to do that, there's too much going on. So I'm going to make it easy for myself. I'm just going to say any attack that I see coming in, I'm going to dodge it. So once we get all the shielded enemies out of the way in phase 2, and once we get the red attack enemies on the high ground out of the way in phase 2, then I can go back to doing what I'm doing right now in phase 1, which is just fighting enemies and basically parrying and sending the damage back to the enemies, because at that point all that can hit me is normal attacks and I don't have to think.
Well, you'll have to do.
So I'll leave that where it is. I'll let you guys watch it, and when we get to phase 3, I will explain what I'm doing, because it's going to happen very, very quickly.
You should have joined me. Delaying the inevitable.
A lamb to the...
No one!
Come on, no more happy days for you.
You'll regret this for the rest of your short life!
You're going to regret that.
Agile
thing, aren't you? You can't hold out forever.
Oh, I'm going to enjoy this. Oh,
You will pay for your deed. Novice luck. Look what you've done. You pay for it. Ha! Another pitiful thing. Quite conductive, aren't we?
I'm not done with you. You've made... I know your kind.
What are your thoughts on electricity?
Get out of this alive.
Hardly fair. Flash of inspiration.
Stand and fight me. Will you hold still? Come on, you afraid to fight back?
All right, so as we complete this QuickTime event, we'll go into phase 3 and we'll have Rookwood with us. Now, what you need to do with Rookwood is he has a white shield. You need to do perfect parries to send that back at him. Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pop a Durus potion to give myself immortality. I'm gonna pop a Maxima potion so that I can shield break. Now, what I forgot here is that I forgot to get the fucking ability. So right now I'm confused. I'm like, what's going on? Why is his shield not breaking? I forgot to get the talent. So I'm going to get the talent, which is going to allow me to break his shield with normal attacks. So as soon as we come out of this, it'll be attack, attack, attack. His shield's broke. We use ancient magic on him. Fight done, and we can move him. Very, very quick. Had I had the talent and I forgot to do it, you would be able to defeat him in phase 3 in less than 5 seconds.
Revelio. I can't believe it. Rookwood's reign is finally over. I'll need to send an owl to Natty right away. For now.
All right, so at this point, I'm going to go back. I'm going to buy, like, literally my final things. We're going to do a little bit more prep. I want to make sure I've got full Durus potions. I want to make sure that, you know, everything is set and ready to go. Because once we start this next section, I cannot come back.
What can I do for you
So
today?
as soon as we start this next quest section, we are literally committed from that point until the end of the run. So I just want to make sure that I've got everything I need. So we're going to come back, sell everything. If I need to buy anything else, we'll do that. And then we're going to move on to the final part of the game.
What can I do for you today? I hope to see you again. For now. What can I do for you today? I hope to see you again. What can I do for you today? A wise decision. Thank you. I hope to see you again.
Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
I beg your pardon.
Plenty for your perusal today. Take your time. I suspect you have a sharp eye for facts.
He just... I should hope that the enchantments protecting the castle would protect against an incursion from below.
I fear they may not. Although, if they don't now, I can assure you they will in the future.
Were you able to reach Professor Weasley?
I was. Hopefully she and the others will arrive soon. They know where to find the door through which we entered. Damn, the goblins.
I wonder if Ranrok is here.
Let's go.
Okay, so for the first set of goblins we're going to have to fight up here, this is going to be very reminiscent and familiar to you if you've watched the run up to this point. So one of the things I will say with this is that this is one of those sections where the enemies have to see you. And that's not necessarily true. They don't have to see me. They have to see Fig. If for whatever, like I could go through here and stealth kill all of these enemies. However, if you do that without them ever seeing you, the game will bug. And you won't get the game won't think you completed it. For whatever reason, it's very weird. So what I do is I go in, I enter combat so that Fig will run into combat, and then I'm gonna go out of combat. And all I'm gonna do to assist him is sit all the way back here and transform enemies and kill them. I'm not gonna do really anything else other than that, unless I absolutely have to. And Fig does quite a bit of damage. He does a lot of damage, actually. So, you know, having Fig in the fight is going to be a recurring theme here. You're going to notice, especially in the next section with the trolls. And the section coming up with the trolls is in my opinion, is the third hardest section in the game to complete. So what I want to do is I want to go invis here, which I didn't do. So I want to go invis, then crawl under. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to move to the right. As soon as I come out, I'm going to move to the right. Just keep moving to the right. Even when the trolls are spawning in, I'm going to keep moving to the right. So because I'm invisible, the enemies can only see Fig. Fig is an actual enemy to them. So they're going to immediately aggro to him, and I am going to move myself away from the fight. And then I'm going to cross my fingers, because this is all RNG. I've had this where Fig will kill literally everything here, and you never have to do anything. And then I've also had it where Fig will actually get CC'd, like infinite CC'd. And what I mean by that is both trolls will push him into like a nook, like into a corner, and then they'll just infinitely beat him, and he'll never have a chance to recover. So essentially, like if you play fighting games or anything, that's what they call like juggled, right? He'll just be infinitely juggled. But what I want to do is I want to wait and see what's going to happen. At the very least, I want him to kill the goblins if possible. So, you know, like the way I want this strategy to go is there's tiers to it. So tier, you know, the best case scenario, he kills everything. I don't have to do anything. That's the way I would want it to be. The next down from that is that he kills all of the goblins and that there's 2 trolls left. The next down from that is that he gets CC'd and there's goblins and trolls. That is why we have the Edurus potion. That's why I have so many. That's why I have so many invisibility potions. This is what I was prepping for. This fight right here. And the one that's next. Or, well, 2 fights from this. This is what I was prepping for. All of the stuff that we've done up to this point where I was getting money, I was buying these potions, you know, waiting 2 in-game days for stock to refill so I could buy more, blah, blah, blah. All that stuff that I've been telling you guys, this is what it was for. So, unfortunately, what happened was we entered into a state where, you know, I'm sitting here waiting and watching and blah, 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 and it became clear to me that Fig is stuck. So at this point, it's like, okay, well, what do I do? So I'm going to wait a little bit longer just to see if he can kill this other goblin. So it becomes evident to me that he's not going to do that. So I'm like, okay, well, let's send out some of our cabbage to kill the troll, or the goblin. So now I only have 2 trolls to deal with. So I'm looking at both of the trolls and I'm thinking, okay, I need to pull one of these off of him. Which one has the least amount of health? Well, clearly that one has the least amount of health, right? So what can I do here? So I'm still thinking and waiting, because what I'm hoping is he's gonna break out of this. Which, spoiler alert, he doesn't. So I decide to go ahead and we're just gonna use invisibility potions, and I'm gonna do damage. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pop an invisibility, and for the duration of the invisibility potion, I'm gonna do as much damage as I can to one of the trolls. And as soon as that invisibility potion wears off, I'm gonna go back invisible with Disillusionment. And we're gonna keep rinsing and repeating this until either I kill a troll or he breaks out of the, like, infinite CC that he's in. So in preparation for this, I'm gonna go ahead and get all of my long-range spells ready, pop invincibility, and attack this troll and just keep attacking him. And then we're going to use Ancient Magic on him, do a little bit more damage. And then I'm going to go back into Disillusionment. I keep forgetting when you start an Invincibility Potion from Disillusionment, you maintain Disillusionment when it ends. And I keep forgetting that. Mostly because your character is standing up attacking, so it looks like they're out of stealth. Alright, so I noticed that the trolls changed position here a little bit, right? And I heard Fig do 1 attack. So that's why I'm waiting. So it looks like he's stuck again, or still, so I'm going to do the same thing again. Alright. Now we're going to wait. Oh, it looks like he's broke out of it. There we go, he's broke out of it, so now I'm going to wait. And the reason why this is important, guys, is because once one troll dies, more goblins spawn. And so that's why I really want to try to avoid being in combat when the first troll dies, because then when this troll dies, goblins will spawn in and then Fig will take care of it, or I can take care of it, right? But either way, I don't want to be engaged in combat if I don't need to. Okay, so the first troll goes down, goblins are spawning in. I'm gonna move away just like I did the first time. Always away from the fight. Now what I can do here is we still have a lot of invincibility potions, and honestly I don't need but like 1 or 2 more, so I have a lot to spare. So I could use them right now, and I can't remember if I end up doing that or not, or if I just let Fig fight everything, but at this point, he's not stuck, so I'm chilling.
Hogwarts teach you nothing about dueling!
Okay, so it looks like I'm starting to get impatient. Yep, so I pop my potion, I go to try and use transform on him. Oh my god, that was so close. If that troll would have hit me, that would have been the end of the run. I forgot that happened, that's crazy. So I tried to use transform on that guy, he had a red shield. I don't know what I was thinking, that clearly wasn't going to work. But I got the red shield dead, so that now hopefully he has a little bit of a better time. As soon as he kills the troll, I can just go aggro into everything, because at that point it doesn't matter. I can deal with some goblins.
Now what?
And that's that fight. So we have two more fights ahead of us before the final boss.
It worked. Let's go. Lumos!
Ranrok must be getting closer to finding the repository.
I fear you're right, Professor.
Listen, more goblins.
Alright, so for this section, it's going to be very much the same as the very first section. Where basically I'm going to get Fig involved, and then I'm going to stand at afar, use transform on enemies, and that's how the whole thing will go. So nothing else for me to say here, that's what you're going to see.
One there. What have we here? Fools of a feather. Goblin silver. Let's get it. Rather unwise coming back this way.
No! It would take all of wizardkind to stop us now.
You against Ranrok's army. I won't rest until you're dead. Get away! Almost. This is almost too easy. Too slow.
These tunnels haven't brought us much luck so far.
We're getting closer, Professor. That way.
Alright, so as we come out of the cutscene, we're going to run forward, and when we make it across the bridge, we are going to have our last enemy encounter before the final fight. And so as I run into here, I'm going to throw 2 venom plants. I'm going to pop an Adoris potion, and then basically we're going to just unload on these enemies in every way imaginable once I walk forward and spawn them. Okay, so we pop Adoris, we're going to pop Maxima, and this is just so I don't have to worry about shields. I don't have to worry about what color magic to use against what shield. I can just attack them normal and fight them. So we're going to do this until all the enemies are dead. Then I'm going to go invisible, and I'm going to move to the back of the room, and this is in an attempt to get the troll to not aggro me. So you'll see I go invisible. I'm going to have my Adoris potion waiting, and we're going to just try and kill all of the goblins before we deal with the troll.
We couldn't be happier to see you, Professor Shaw.
So I pop my Adoris potion because I realize that they're engaged in combat with me. We're gonna pop Maxima again so I don't have to deal with the shields. If I can pop it, there we go. So now I don't have to worry about shields. And now we just have the troll. So I should swap back to the Adoris potion here. And then we'll just fight the troll. I don't think I actually use it. Yeah, he throws a rock. We should be able to kill him right here. There we go. That is the last encounter before the final fight. So we have this long cutscene that we have to go through that you cannot skip, and I will pipe back in when we start the Ranrok fight.
I'm relieved we got here before Ranrok.
I can't believe this is it. The repository has been under the castle for hundreds of years.
Think.
Alright, here we go, guys. So, final fight of the game. So as we slide down here, I want to go ahead and make sure I set myself up. I put very specific skills in very specific spots that are easily readable and definable to me, because we are going to have to use yellow, purple, and red spells for this fight. I'm going to move to the front of this area because as soon as he goes active, he's always going to breathe fire. This is the hardest fight in the game, in my opinion, and the reason is this right here. That fire is the only attack in the entire game that has no telegraph. So you don't get like a little thing over your head like that one did, or like this one did. You don't get a thing telling you it's coming. So you have to basically watch him and look for the animation and the telltale sign that he's about to do it. Which is difficult because for that fight, there are two very distinct animations that look very similar to this animation right here. Which is another fire breathing that they actually give you a telegraph for. So I don't know if that's a bug. I don't know if it's developer intended, where the developers were like, hey, we are specifically choosing not to give you a telegraph for this attack, or if it was an oversight. I don't know. But every mechanic that we're going to face, you have seen now. So when he shoots the balls, these right here, we just dodged them. When he shoots the red ones, we're going to throw them back if we're able to throw them back. If we're not able to throw them back, we'll just dodge them. And then my sole focus, like 75% of my focus in this Ranrok fight, is looking for him to do the fire breathing without the telegraph. Like, if they gave you a telegraph for that fire breathing, this fight would no longer be the hardest thing in the game, in my opinion. It would be super simple. I don't even know that it would make my list. This fight would be super easy. But with everything else that you're having to juggle and focus on, you can just like, it could just get away from you, where like you just stop looking at him for one moment, and then that attack happens and it's too late. So, this will be the fight. Something else I want to note is every time he does the fire breathing, that does have the telegraph, you'll notice that there's a projectile that comes up that I throw back. That projectile, if you don't grab it, and that projectile lands on you, you will take damage. Because that projectile explodes and does splash damage. I didn't know that until the run, literally right before this one that you're watching now, that I completed. I was on this fight, and I can't remember, I think I was prioritizing an orb. He did the fire breathing, I dodge rolled to the left, I went to shoot an orb, and completely just didn't care about the projectile because I didn't know. It landed right at my feet, exploded, did damage on me, and I was shocked. I was like, what the fuck actually just happened? You can see it right back there too. That one landed a little bit behind me. That was scary. That was scary. Oh my god. Yeah. So, this fight is a pain. Also, this fight is a pain because I'm level 25. We haven't really done any side content. We are basically the minimum required level to be here. And I doubt the developers expected people to do that. So, that's also why it's very difficult. So that was a really good example right there. You could see of the shard from the fire breathing dropping. Okay, so we're about to push into phase 3. So the good thing is once you get to phase 3, it makes it a lot easier. And it's not because the mechanics are easier, it's because the available area you have to work around is bigger. So you can just completely outrange so many things.
You can't run forever, Ranrok.
So as soon as we get into this area, he's going to spawn in. He'll usually do some type of a projectile, which is why I stand so far back. That way he can't do the fire breathing. And then I'm going to run forward. And in this phase, we have to break more than 2. We have to break 3. So he's going to do fire. I see it coming, and I have so much time to see it coming because the area is so big. So what you're seeing here is what you're going to see. It's basically the exact same mechanics, except in phase 3 you have to break 3 of the colored orbs, right? Phase 2 you had to break 2, phase 1 you had to break 1. Guess how many you're going to have to break in phase 4? It's 4. Spoiler alert. Anyways, we're just going to do this, and anytime I see that he's charging up, he's doing the animation charge up for the flames, I'm just going to get the hell out. But otherwise, that's what this is going to be. And once we get him down a little bit more, he'll transition into what I consider the second part of phase 3, or you could consider it the first part of phase 4. But a few more attacks and we'll be there. Alright, so as soon as he transitions into this phase, I pop an Adoris potion. So you'll see all these cracks go out along the ground. Every single one of those is capable of doing damage to you. On top of that, the flame, the fire-breathing attack that's not telegraphed, he will always start with that. So the easiest thing I found was just to use the Adoris potion, and then we have to break 4 of the orbs, right? Hint, phase 4, 4 orbs. Once you break the 4 orbs, this fight is basically done. This is over. Because he's only ever going to do 2 things. He's going to charge at you, And then after he charges at you, I get 2 rolls of distance from him. He'll do the normal throw, he'll do the throw that you can throw back, he'll do the flame breath that's telegraphed that we can throw back. And then the only thing you have to remember is that if he does the flame breath that's telegraphed, if you don't get the throw on him, he has about a 50% chance of doing the untelegraphed flame breath immediately after it. So you just have to be watching for that. But if you get the throw, you'll interrupt that, so he won't be able to do it. So this right here, boom. That right there will interrupt him and stop him from doing the untelegraphed. So as long as you remember that and you get into this cadence, because it's very like this attack, then that attack, then this attack, then that attack, it's very scripted. Basically, once you get to this phase, it's done. So we'll hit him here, and we'll keep doing this until his health is done. Alright, so we're transitioning into the final phase. We are going to pop a Duress Potion before he lands. And then all we have to do here is break a few orbs. That's all we have to do. We don't even have to fight him. We don't have to attack him. We break 3 orbs. Purple, yellow, and then the big red one that's over his head. And that's it. That defeats Ranrok, and that takes care of the final boss fight and the final spot where we could potentially take damage. So this was an incredibly long run, and if you've stuck with me to this point, I want to say thank you for giving me the gift of your time and attention. This was such a fun challenge run to complete, and I really hope it was both educational and insightful for you to watch. If you enjoyed this run and you're interested in similar content, please consider subscribing, and don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss a new run being released. I'll leave you to watch the rest of the ending here, so thank you again for hanging out with me for this challenge run, and I hope to see you on the next one.